get migrating. Here we go, Ron.
All right.
Yeah. So I think we're up to.
Did that just go past?
So it's either race 8 or 9.
Why don't we just we'll give it a
Wait a bit.
Yeah. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We've now returned. The live stream is now working with a new link. Apologies for the technical issues that we're experiencing this morning.
Tucker.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
All sorts of things. Have one or two of those for ourselves.
Yeah,
There's
well,
plenty of apples and things at the bottom.
And on behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw and Dr. Paul Heim, we'd like to welcome you today to Saint Ignatius College, Riverview for the 137th Annual Gold Cup Regatta. As my colleague Luke was saying before, it's the first time in 100 years, not since 1919, that the Gold Cup has been contested with no spectators. Weather conditions this morning are opportune for some incredible rowing.
So I'm assuming.
And it will be a fantastic day all around if the conditions stay like this. Some very quick times. At this stage, the tide will be coming in, so therefore, tide coming upstream,
Race 8.
there'll be the times at the moment will probably be a little bit quicker than you would expect. But coming down the river right now is race 8, which is the School Year 8 Third Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. Just a reminder for those that are watching at home and looking up the river or even watching on the live stream, lane 1 is on the far right hand side towards the Hunters Hill side. And then obviously making over lane 2, lane 3, lane 4 and lane 5. Only 4 participants in this race. But in lane 1 we have Newington, in lane 2 we have Saint Ignatius, lane 3 we have Sydney Grammar School, and lane 4 we have Kings.
God, someone's asked to read out the results from the previous races.
So that's the follow-up.
At this stage we have Saint Ignatius leading from lane 2. Back to Kings and then to Newington and Grammar. So a reminder that the crews that are in lanes 1 and 2, if you are watching it at home, you'll see on the top left of your screen where the crews are just coming around now, there's a pylon and a small little red marker. The pylon has to be kept on the left-hand side of the crews that are in lanes 1 and 2. And the little buoy that's in the far left of our screen will have to be kept on the right of the crews coming down the river. All other crews have to go outside that buoy, keeping that buoy on the left hand, keeping that buoy on their right hand side. But just coming down now, Riverview have successfully made their turn and now charging towards the finish line. So it is Saint Ignatius back to Kings, and then back to Newington and Sydney Grammar School.
We're saying
Just a reminder for those watching on at home, we'll also be taking questions through the live stream chat and some comments and some shout outs, if appropriate, throughout the live stream. So please send us through your questions and we'll do our best to, even a little bit of trivia, we'll try our best. We've got our full-time statistician working pretty tirelessly here, so we'll try and get as many as we can. But at the moment, just running past us is Saint Ignatius, the winners of the School Year 8 Third Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That crew is Patrick Keeney, Xavier Wong, Josh Delaney, Ethan Nandal, and Cox by Darcy Byrne. Coming down now in second position is the King's School. Back to Newington.
the races we missed. We'll do it after this one. Yeah.
And then back to Sydney Grammar School. know if that might work.
I can ask him.
Newington just crossing the line there, and then after Sydney Grammar School. Congratulations, gentlemen. But now we'll turn our attention to race 9, which is the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1 we have Shaw, lane 2 Scots, lane 3 Sydney Boys High, and lane 4 St Joseph's College. For those of you that are just joining, once again, we'd like to welcome you here today on behalf of Dr. Paul Hine and Father Thomas Renshaw, the rector. First time in about 100 years that the Gold Cup has been contested without any spectators. It wasn't until the Spanish flu in 1919 that this has ever occurred before. These days are usually a very boisterous event with many, many crowds and many people coming to watch the rowing that ranges from all age groups along the Riverview riverbank. A great spectator sport and would have been perfect on a day like today. We hope you're all staying safe, staying COVID safe at home. A reminder to keep positive and keep testing negative.
Do you want to do this race and then we can do the results? Or?
Now the race coming down, after this race we will be reading out some of the results from the previous races. Due to some technical issues that we had with the live stream, we'll be going back and revisiting those race results. But currently it is race 9, the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1, the Shaw School, probably about 4 boat lengths ahead of St Joseph's College, who are in lane 4. This Shaw School rowing incredibly strongly, a fantastic row from all involved there. Shaw's junior program once again flexing its muscles and what has been a fantastic display from their juniors so far. So it is the Shaw School, about 4 boat lengths ahead of the St Joseph School, back to the Scots College in lane 2, and Sydney Boys High in lane 3, who are just making the turn past the pylon and the buoy now. But it is the Shaw School, the winners of the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Bede Clout, Lockie Warner, Sam Wiles, Jackson Saunders Green, coxed by Jethro Chapman and coached by Rod Morrison, Sam Walker and Patrick Blore.
Do you want to do results?
I'm going to hand over to Luke, who'll just read out some results from some of the previous races.
So due to some of the technical difficulties we had earlier, I believe that some of the races were missed on the live stream. We had a lot of you asking us to read out the results from previous races. So I'll go from race 5, which was the Schoolboy Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That race was won by St Joseph's. That was Jackson Paranchi, Matthew Reeves, John Toohey, Charlie Wall, coxed by Jackson Merrick, coached by Massimo Fiore. Back to Scots in 2nd and Shaw in 3rd. Race 6, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 1, was won by Kings, Sterling Herriot, Oscar Todd, Rich Estons, Tyler Mitchell, coxed by James Harrison. Newington in 2nd, Saint Ignatius in 3rd, and Sydney Grammar in 4th. Race 7, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2, was won by Shaw, Ollie Harvey, Anderton Stock, Hamish Wade, Jasper Halstead, coxed by Angus Archer and coached by Sam Walker. Back to Scots in 2nd and Sydney Boys High in 3rd. The St Joseph's crew from that race was scratched. Race 8, I believe we got the live call of, but in case you did miss it, it was the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That was won commandingly by Saint Ignatius College. That was Patrick Keeney, Xavier Wong, Josh Delaney, coxed by Ethan Nandel and coxed by Darcy Byrne. Back to Kings in 2nd, Newington in 3rd, and Grammar in 4th. I'll hand you back to Josh now for the live call of this race.
Currently, we have race 11, the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull coming down the river now.
I think it's race 10.
Apologies, my apologies. Race 10, King's School in lane 3, currently leading Saint Ignatius. They're in lane 1. King's School putting even further distance on Saint Ignatius in this last 100 to 150 metres. Fantastic row. Very controlled, very calm rowing by the King's School. Long and powerful rowing. And it will be the King's School, the winners of race 10, the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull. That is Luke Fleet, Archie Maturi, Riley Lee Koskell, William Buckley, and Aidan Tran is the Cox. Congratulations to the King's School, then back to St Ignatius. And it will be Newington and then the Sydney Grammar School making up 3rd and 4th places respectively.
I just gave it, it's got the times on it in case people want it, because people are in like.
Just a reminder for those that are watching at home, we will try and read out all the results of all the races that have gone past as they come. Probably after 3 or so races, we'll read out the last previous races. We're waiting for Rowing New South Wales to update the results page. You can also follow on there whilst you're at home. For live results, but we can give you those as they come up around after 3 or so races at each time. And also just a reminder, we're accepting questions and comments and a bit of trivia. If you've got any, please feel free to comment on the live stream. Happy to take any questions about the course or about the history of the day. As I said before, the conditions are near perfect for rowing. Not too hot and not too cold. Not a breath of wind, so as we'll discuss later, the skill of this course does very much come down to the coxswain. And as Luke and I will discuss later on, how much that can influence the outcome of this race. But as we turn our attention now to the race that's coming down the river, it is race 11, which is the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, we have Scots. Lane 2, Sydney Boys High. Lane 3, St Joseph's College. And lane 4, Shaw. Lanes 1 to 4 read from the Huntersville side over towards the Longueville side. So it is in lane 1, we have Scots closest to the pylon on the right-hand side. Then to Sydney Boys High, St Joseph's and Shaw. But at this stage of the race, it is Shaw who are just coming around the buoy now, have just made their turn. Followed very closely by St Joseph's College. Once again, the Shaw School around about 4 lengths in front of the St Joseph's crew. Looking incredibly strong. Their blade work impeccable and very strong, very long. Don't look like they're rushing. putting more distance on between them and St Joseph's with every stroke. The Shaw coxswain currently letting his crew know that it's almost over, but it will be the Shaw School coming through in first position in race 11. The School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. It is the Shaw School. Who coming home, that is James Bestick, William Kellett, Ethan Nam, Jack Riding, coxed by James Gray, coached by Rod Morrison, Sam Walker and Patrick Blaw. Now St Joseph's just crossing the line there. That St Joseph's crew is Marcus Brown, Xavier Gersoy, William Basher, George Lunn, and coxed by Jaden LaHood and coached by Tom Morgan. Fantastic effort from all boys involved. They've seen some great racing this morning throughout the Year 8s. As I was discussing before, this race is almost the penultimate or the pinnacle of a junior rowers season. Unlike other races that they are rowing, it's around 400 metres longer, but also has the added challenge of having a turn in the middle of it. As you'll see if you're looking on the live stream at the moment, and look when it's looking up the river, there's a pylon and a buoy that sits throughout the middle of the river, which is basically trying to guide the coxswains and the rowing boats around and to follow the river around in the turn. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 have to go around that buoy on the outside of the Longueville side, so keeping that buoy, if they're coming down the river, keeping that buoy on their left, whereas the crews on lanes 1 and 2 have the added advantage of coming down on the inside. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but it isn't really an advantage as the start is staggered, but Luke and I will get into that debate a little bit later about the challenges of the course and what that means for different crews starting in different lanes.
We had someone on the live stream asking for the result of the Year 8 Div 1, Division 1 of the Year 8 second quad. That race was run by the King's crew of Luke Fleet, Archie McMurdy, Riley Lee Coxall, William Buckley, and coxed by Aidan Tran. They won that race in a time of 5 minutes 41 seconds. Back to Saint Ignatius in second place with a time of 5 minutes 45. Newington in third with a time of 6 minutes and 9 seconds. And Sydney Grammar in fourth with a time of 6 minutes 22. Yes, that's this one now.
Kids were rather than the holidays, and the alarm goes off at in seven. Charles Fraser.
Currently now coming down the river is race 12. The School Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Lane 1 we have Kings, lane 2 St Ignatius, lane 3 Newington, lane 4 Grammar. Currently looks like Saint Ignatius leading the way, just making their turn now. Coming around the pylon. Looking back to Sydney Grammar School in lane 4. But it is St Ignatius currently around 2 or so boat lengths in front of Sydney Grammar School. Back to Kings. Then back to Newington. Riverview looking very comfortable here. A cheer of support coming out from the Riverview supporters boat. Reminder for all those boys in those crews to make sure they're keeping themselves focused, not looking out of the boat. But this Riverview crew looking very, very tidy, very relaxed. Their blade work nice and soft, going into the water and strong coming out of the water. Riverview Coxon spurring on his crew to finish off this race strong. And it will be Saint Ignatius, the winner of the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull in Division 1. Back to the Sydney Grammar School, coming in second place. Back to the King School, and then Sydney, and then Newington College. That Saint Ignatius College crew is Maximilian Burke, Montague Hiles, Jack Ward, Harrison Davis, and Cox by Henry Burton. It's always a fantastic day out here at the Riverview Gold Cup. We're disappointed that you can't be in here in person to celebrate this wonderful day with us. However, it's fantastic to see so much pleasure craft out on the water here to support all the crews competing here today. Turning now to race 13, the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull, the last of the Year 8 races for the day. In lane 1 we have St Joseph's, lane 2 Scots, lane 3 Shaw, and lane 4 Sydney Boys High. Just a reminder to all those watching on at home, lanes 1 and 2 must come inside the pylon and the buoy, which you will see on the top left hand of your screen. And lanes 3 and 4 must go outside that buoy. But at the moment, it is the Shaw School currently in the lead, back to the Scots College, and then St Joseph's, who are tightly contesting that race for second. This race is a little bit different for these Year 8 crews, being the fact that all of these crews are rowing a little bit longer than they usually would, about 1,400 metres. These crews are usually used to around about 1,000 metres, so the added 400 metres can obviously really take a toll on the crew's fitness throughout the race. Coming around about to the 1,000 metre mark now. It's still the Shaw School in first position. I think back to St Joseph's, looking from here in second place. Then back to Scots. But it is that race for second that looks like to be the most hotly contested. St Joseph's may have an advantage coming inside the pylon at this stage, which may allow them to catch up to Shaw, but it still is Shaw in first place in lane 3, who are making their way down the course, about to make their turn. The Shaw Coxon starting and executing the turn around the buoy to perfection. It is the Shaw School, currently with a pretty lengthy lead over St Joseph's College, which may be cut down by the St Joseph's Cox, who has executed his turn also to perfection. If St Joseph's can now somehow bring up the power in their rating, they may challenge Shaw here in this final Year 8 race for the day. But it still is the Shaw School just in front of St Joseph's by about a boat length. Back to the Scots College. Shaw School looking very comfortable as they're coming down, looking very relaxed. Looking very nice and slow up the slide, but powerful through the water. Trying to maximise the boat run in every stroke they take. Incredible row here from the Shaw School. Managed to hold off a valiant charge by the St Joseph's crew. And barring any major upsets, it will be the Shaw School coming home first in the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull in Division 2. That Shaw School is Charlie Francis, Charlie Galligan, Charlie Armati, Joshua Frape, and coxed by James Gandy, coached by Rod Morrison and Sam Walker. Three Charlies in that crew. Now moving on very quickly, we have the school first aid coming down the river right now. These are the heats that will then progress into the A final of the school first aid. So this is race 14, the school first aid, heat 1. So just a reminder, the crews that come first and second will move through to the A final, and the rest moving through to the B final. So in lane 1 we have Scots, lane 2 we have Shaw, lane 3 Saint Ignatius, and lane 4 Sydney Boys High. Currently it is Shaw in the lead out of lane 2, with Scots and Saint Ignatius battling for second and third place respectively. Back to Sydney Boys High, who are hot on their tail. Coming in the difficulty of the course. Now we're just waiting at the moment for the start of the heat 2 of the school first aid. And whilst we are waiting on that race to commence, we might get some results from Luke. Ask Jim.
We need Jim Busted. Legs crashed.
Again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she's good.
Oh, yeah, might be.
Can we change cameras?
Oh, that was earlier. Is it working?
Can we ask them to move the camera, like, so we can get to see more of that?
Yeah, it's because of the tree there. I don't know.
Like where it's positioned.
Yeah.
Move further towards the left, but I don't know if you then obviously cut off.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he might actually not have a lot of space.
It looks to be working, but it's just because it's got that, which is really odd.
There we go.
It's a big gap between. Okay, yeah.
Big gap between the two heats.
Yeah, huge gap.
Probably difficulty in maybe starting them, but
Not even started.
no.
While we wait for Heat 2 of the school first 8 to get underway, we'll go through some of the official results from some of the earlier races. Going back to race 10, which was the school Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull Division 1, where you had Kings in first place with a time of 5 minutes 41. That was Luke Fleet, Archie McMurdy, Riley Lee Coxall, William Buckley, and coxed by Aidan Tran. Back to Saint Ignatius in second place with a time of 5 minutes 45. Newington in third with a time of 6 minutes 9 seconds. And Sydney Grammar in fourth with a time of 6 minutes 22. Race 11, School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We had Shaw in first place with a time of 5 minutes 39. That was James Bestich, William Kellett, Ethan Nam, Jack Riding, coxed by James Gray, coaches Rod Morrison, Sam Walker, Patrick Blore. St Joseph's in second place with a time of 5 minutes 58. The Scots College in third with a time of 6 minutes 24. And Sydney Boys High in fourth with a time of 6 minutes 39. Race 12, School Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That race was won by Saint Ignatius in a time of 5 minutes 27. Maximilian Burke, Montague Hiles, Jack Ward, Harrison Davis, coxed by Henry Burton. Sydney Grammar in second with a time of 5 minutes 42. Kings in third with a time of 5 minutes 50. And Newington in fourth with a time of 6 minutes and 4 seconds. Race 13, which was Division 2 of the School Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull, was won by the Shaw School in a time of 5 minutes 28 seconds. That was Charlie Francis, Charlie Galligan, Charlie Armadi, Joshua Frape, coxed by Jamie Gandhi, and coaches Rod Morrison and Sam Walker. Boy, have they won a lot of races today. St Joseph's in second with a time of 5 minutes 36. Scots in third with a time of 5 minutes 51. And Sydney Boys High in fourth with a time of 6 minutes 47. And the last race that came down the course, which was Heat 1 of the School First 8, was won by Shaw with a time of 4 minutes 17. Gus Gregg, John Mahoney, Edward Nutt, Thomas Livingston, Hamish Hunter, Nicholas Donahue, Ashton Lynn, John Kenny, coxed by Oliver Wilson, coach David Jennings. Scott's in second place with a time of 4 minutes 25. Those two crews will go through to the A final, with St Ignatius in third and Sydney Boys High in fourth, going through to the B final of the School First 8. I'll hand back to Josh DeAngelis now for the call of the second heat of the School First 8.
Thank you, Luke. Currently coming down the race, we had a little bit of difficulty in starting of this next race, but it was the School First 8. It is Heat 2. Just a reminder that the top two crews here progress to the A final and the rest go to the B final. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar School, lane 2, Newington, lane 3, Kings, and lane 4, St Joseph's. At this stage, it's looking as though Kings in lane 3 are going to make the turn first and come round and be in the lead here, but it is Grammar, Newington and St Joseph's really battling out here for that next place in the final, with all crews actually pushing each other. Kings might have a big challenge on their hand here from the Sydney Grammar School. Probably the tightest race we've had all day. All four crews very close together and very close to each other, competing very hard. It is the Kings School currently in first, with second place either between St Joseph's or Sydney Grammar, with Newington in the middle coming up and pushing both crews. Kings crew looking very strong outside of their finish. The Marshal trying to muster and make Scots go right, so they're not cutting off Newington, but at this stage it is the King's School back to Sydney Grammar in second place, with Newington and St Joseph's but it is Kings and Newington College. Sydney Grammar in second place, with Newington and St Joseph's too close to call from up here. Marshall having something to say to the Sydney Grammar School, trying to push them over on the left-hand side. I think the Marshal may have been calling the wrong school name at them, hence why the coxswain didn't notice. But it is Kings and Grammar that will proceed to the A final, with St Joseph's and Newington. Not sure who won third or was third or fourth there in that place respectively, but it will be Kings and Grammar going through, barring any sort of marshal decision that comes after that race, if Grammar ended up penalised for the marshal yelling at them at the end of the race. But that School First 8 crew, that King's School in first position, that was Digby Leahy, Felix Leahy, MacArthur Bucknell, Sam Dugan, Rory Menzies, Harry Staniforth, Orlando Denton, Dimitri Duta, coxed by Lawrence Cleve and coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. And just a reminder for those that are following on and listening in and watching on at home, please feel free to comment and send us any questions you have, anything rowing related about the day, a little bit of trivia if you will. Luke and I are about to get into a little bit why the Gold Cup is such a unique course, so please keep listening in as we call the races throughout the day. I'll now hand back over to Luke, who'll call the next races. I'm pretty sure he was yelling Scots.
He was yelling Scots, but
Yeah.
they've given it to Grammar.
They have? Okay. Confirm that then.
We do have official results from race 15, the race that just took place, which was the second heat of the school first eight. And despite protests from the St. Joseph's crew and instructions from the marshal, the Kings won that race comfortably by about 4 seconds. Sydney Grammar will also make the A final after finishing second. And although they blocked off the St. Joseph's crew a bit, the marshals have decided that it wasn't enough to disqualify them or rule them out of the race, which means that St. Joseph's in third and Newington in fourth will proceed to the B final. So we have race 16 now, which is the final of the school third eight. We have 3 entrants in this race. St. Joseph's in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, and Saint Ignatius in lane 3. Saint Ignatius with about a length to 2-length lead here over St. Joseph's and Shaw, who are very, very close together. But this race certainly isn't a lock-in for this Saint Ignatius crew, as they'll have to take the long way round the turn here due to them being in lane 3. But the Coxswain's done an excellent job as they start to come around the bend here, with the Joey's crew and the Shaw crew taking it slightly wide and really checking a lot of that boat run that they generated, really helping out the Saint Ignatius crew here in lane 3, who have straightened up now and will really make that final push here to the finish line. St. Joseph's in lane 1, currently in second place, taking the better of the turn. Back to Shaw in third, but all 3 crews here really challenging here for the win. It will really make for an exciting finish. From my angle where I'm standing, Saint Ignatius look to have the lead. Back to St. Joseph's and then back to Shaw. All 3 crews here really pushing for the win in this sole final with about 100 metres to go. It's Saint Ignatius trying to hold off the push from St. Joseph's, but it is very, very tight here. Far too tight for me to call. Although over the last couple strokes, Saint Ignatius have just lengthened out that lead to about half to 3/4 of the length, and they continue to increase that lead now to a full length. And that'll be the winners of the school third eight. Back to Joey's in second, and a very fast finishing Shaw crew in third place. But it's Saint Ignatius the winners. Absolutely over the moon they are. That crew: Joseph Dillon, Liam Mason Bunton, Luca Gleeson, Lachlan Bridger, Lachlan O'Brien, Benjamin Hallam, Lachlan Easdown, Rocco Rizzo, coxed by Harry Kelly and coached by David Hogan. St. Joseph's in second, Lachlan Stewart, William Gahan, Derwin Kim, Charlie House, Sam Armstrong, Henry Den, Peter Harrow, Brodie Patterson, Jacob Chow is the cox and coached by Ken McRae. And Shaw finishing third very tightly there. William Defina, Aidan Robinson, Cam Thurgood, Lachlan Watson, Jack McRae, Tom Blackwell, Toby Campbell, Finn Beachley, and coxed by Sam Brasher.
Thanks, Luke. I will just comment quickly as well. In these schoolboy first eight heats, in heats 1 and 2, the 2 winners in the winner in heat 1 was the Shaw School, and the winner in heat 2 was King's School. We don't usually like to compare times in rowing races because each race is different. The conditions can change very rapidly. But I will just note that there's 0.31 of a second separating the King's time and the Shaw time in the school first eight. So if you are going to stick around and watch the A final of that race, that seems, and that's already being built up to be a cracker, because both Kings and Shaw, there's absolutely nothing to separate them at this point in terms of time. So if you are watching on at home, please stick around for the final of the schoolboy first 8. Those Kings, that Kings and that Shaw School set to go head to head with each other, supported by two capable Kings and Scots crews as well, who may provide a big challenge to both of those crews in the last race.
Turning our attention back up the course now, we have race 17, the final of the school Year 10 4th 8.
Is that all you want?
We were supposed to have 3 entrants in this race, Saint Ignatius, Sydney Grammar and Kings. But from where I'm standing, I can only see 2 crews coming down the course. And those 2 crews would be Saint Ignatius and Kings. So I'm not sure what's happened to the Grammar crew there, whether they've missed the start or whether they've been scratched from the race. But we've got a head-to-head race here for the final of the school Year 10 4th 8 between Saint Ignatius and the King's School. And as they approach the green channel marker, which is about just over halfway, I believe that's about 800 metres down the course, it is Saint Ignatius with a very commanding lead here in lane 1, with the King's crew about 4 to 5 lengths back in lane 3. And should Saint Ignatius continue to row the way they are, which has been very, very impressive, with that inside line as well, you'd have to say, barring any major mishaps, they'd be very comfortable winners in this race. Back towards the finish, the school third 8 there from Saint Ignatius, the winners of that race, receiving a very, very warm reception from the Saint Ignatius supporter craft there. As Josh mentioned, while we don't have any supporters down here on the bank of the school today, we certainly have plenty of supporter craft, plenty of fans that have been able to make their way out onto the river on rather large vessels, actually, and have been able to watch the race and really make it what it is, which is a great race for the spectator. But the Saint Ignatius crew here now, as they start to take the turn and they pass the leaning pylon, have a commanding lead over the King's School. This Saint Ignatius crew looking very calm, very relaxed, as you would be with such a lead. And as any rower can attest to, it's a lot easier rowing a race when you're leading. You can see the crews coming from behind you. You know when you need to push, or when you can really sit back, relax, and enjoy the race as much as you can. But with 100 metres to go now, this Saint Ignatius crew in lane 1 will be the winners of the school Year 10 4th 8. That's Max Barnes, Sam Walker, Edward Kelly, James Lyon, James Gooden, Archibald Dean, Maxim Bambagotti, Connor Egger, coaxed by Benjamin McDonald and coached by Fiona Ewing. Receiving, once again, a very warm reception here from the supporter craft from Saint Ignatius. A great race there. As they continue to row through the finish line, I don't think they've realised that the race is over. But hey, good on them, they won. Still rowing very far past the finish line. But let's not forget about this King's crew either in lane 3. Put up a great effort. And that crew is composed of Will Collins, Hugo Mason, John Robinson, Lachlan Smith, Axel Lindemann, Andrew Chatfield, Jack Martin, Isaiah Gaffney Vieira, and coxed by Jock Harding. Great race from all involved there. A little bit of a break in the action here. Looks as if race 18, the school Year 10 3rd 8, heat 1, is running a touch late. Important to mention that there is a difference. While the school Year 10 Fourth 8 was a straight final, the rest of the Year 10 8 races are heats. So for the Year 10 third, second and first 8, there'll be 2 heats with first and second place going through to the A final to compete for that coveted silver ore, and the crews finishing third or fourth going through to the B final. Back up to the start of the course now. And race 18 is underway. Heat 1 of the school Year 10 Third 8. We have 3 entrants in this race, and I'm pleased to say that all 3 crews have started. We've got Sydney Grammar in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, and Kings in lane 3. Once again, first and second will proceed through to the A final later on in the day. And the crew finishing third will proceed through to the B final. Grammar slightly further back. Looking very even between the crew from Kings and the crew from Shaw. The crew from Grammar just struggling a bit here. They are quite a way back. They might have had some technical issues. Maybe someone's caught a crab or someone's fallen off their seat. But it really has hurt them here, as barring any major slip-ups, it doesn't look as if they'll be able to compete for first or second in this race, which would get them through to the A final. But the crews from Kings and Shaw looking very strong here. You'd have to wonder whether they're conserving energy a bit, knowing that they've all but wrapped up first and second place, and that would guarantee them a spot through to the final later on in the day. Of course, bragging rights on the line as well, whether it's a heat or a final. And that may help with the lane draw as well, with lanes 1 and 2 usually favouring winners with that inside line. As they start to take the turn now, both crews turning together. Kings slightly in front as they come around the outside. But that inside line for Shaw is for sure certainly helping them as they challenge for first place and the win here. The Kings crew being spurred on by the supporter craft out there on the water. Plenty of parents and spectators on that boat willing on that crew to victory here. But Shaw are certainly going to make them earn it here. They're not going to give it to them easy. But with 100 metres to go, the Kings school lengthening their lead out to a length. rowing nice and long, looking very strong. The coxswain from shore trying to urge his crew on to victory. But both these crews, importantly, will advance through to the A final of the Year 10 Third 8 later in the day. So that King's crew is Angus Smith, Simon Niverson, Sam Gall, Benji McKay, Samuel Hill, Jack Bell, Archie McLean, Lachlan Horn, and coxed by Thomas Bell. Shore crew in second, Jesse Cochrane, Jack McRae, Lachlan Machute, Toby Campbell, Samuel Lawarne-Dale, Adam Watson, James Collier, Milo Hogarth-Scott, and coxed by Hamish Longstaff. And Grammar coming through in third, who will race in the B final later in the day. And confirmation there, as you can see, that the fourth seat rower appears to have lost his oar, which is why they were so far behind. Disappointing, but they will have a chance to race later in the day.
We'll discuss.
They'll race in the B final later in the day. That Grammar crew, Ewan Watt, Matthew Stout, Jeffrey Lynn, Angus Gow, Fletcher Platt, Oliver Snow, Ben Stubbs-Galston, Eric Steamers, coxed by William Chamberlain, coaches Christopher Isledale and Stephen Tong.
Now we've got our first question coming through on the live chat from A. Patrick 111. The question is, it's from a Shaw father, thank you very much, but is it much harder to row 8s than 4s? Now, we'll start by saying that in rowing, when we talk about the juniors all row in quads, which means that they're rowing in a boat that seats 4 or 4.5 if you count the coxswain, and they're rowing with 2 oars each person. And then as we move up into the seniors and the Year 10s, we get into 8s where they're holding 1 oar. In terms of difficulty, they're both equally probably as difficult as each other. There's obviously different techniques that come with both. The 8s certainly go faster because there's obviously more people rowing a boat. Therefore, you expect to see quicker times. But in saying that, if you were to have an 8 that was rowing with 1 oar versus an 8 that was rowing with 2 oars each person, the 8 with 2 oars would go faster. So there is a little bit of debate about what's the fastest boat and how fast each boat does go. But they're both a little bit more difficult. I would say that probably the technique, because you have to use 2 hands and worry about 2 oars in a quad, can be quite difficult and quite technical. When you're rowing a single as well, you row with 2 oars rather than 1, otherwise you'd go around in a circle. But as you can imagine, both are probably as difficult as each other, but I'd probably have to say that a quad might just allow a little bit more, you need a little bit more finesse in technicality for those with softer hands. Certainly in the Australian rowing scene, up in the Olympic level, the quad, which is the with four rowers and 2 oars each, the coxless quad without a cox, that's certainly the most technical and the sort of the pinnacle of the crews in the Australian rowing scene. But then again, it changes from time to time. Today we're only going to be featuring 8s, quads, and singles.
4s as well.
Actually, there'll be 4s as well. Apologies, and there'll be 4s. So that'll all be coming up later. But thank you very much for the question, and please keep coming through if you've got any more questions about anything rowing related or Gold Cup related.
Thanks, Josh. I couldn't really answer that question because I was a coxswain. I never actually rowed, so I can talk about it from a coxswain's perspective, but can't talk about it from a rower's perspective because wasn't a rower.
We won't hold that against you. You commentate. You can still commentate very well. You can clearly talk.
Thank you, Josh. We've got race 19 now well and truly underway, which is heat 2 of the school third 8. Supposed to have 4 entrants in this race, but as they come around the bend now, I can only see 3 crews on the water. I can see St. Joseph's in lane 3, who have taken that turn very, very wide, and that's really going to hurt them here against the Saint Ignatius crew in lane 2. Back to Newington in lane 1. So it appears as if the Scots crew that was supposed to take lane 4 hasn't rowed. And you can see the marshals now heading over to instruct that Joey's crew to finally take the turn. I can't even see him behind the mangroves here. But it is the Saint Ignatius crew in lane 2 looking very, very comfortable. in that distinctive yellow boat, named after Father Joe Dooley, who is down here watching today. This crew looking very strong. And now you can see the Joey's crew have popped out from the mangroves. That not to be harsh on the coxswain, but he's probably made his crew row an extra 50 to 100 metres there. And they were right in contention for first place here. Fortunately for them, it looks as if they will take out second and make that a final. But it's the Saint Ignatius crew here, spurred on by a healthy crowd on the supporter craft and their coxswain, who will win Heat 2 of the School Year 10 Third 8 and make their way through to the A final. Back to St Joseph's, who will finish second and also make the A final. And Newington in third, who will contest the B final. No Scots crew in that race. So that Saint Ignatius crew was Zachary Nandel, Alexander Harper, Julian Samore, Gabriel Turner, Benjamin Noble, Leo Egerton Warburton, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, coxed by Max Fallon, coached by Simon Conderas. Back to Joey's in second, Massimo Farnese, Alex Brazel, Marcus Opie, Fraser Dickinson, Frederick Mead, Max Downs, Thomas Spigone, William Sharp, Oscar Crawford is the cox. Coaches Matthew Corrigan, Matthew Courtney and John Redding. And Newington in third, who will contest the B final. Rowan Bhatia, Rishi Kumar, Zach Foreman, Anders Koskela, Jesse Gordon, Caden Hassan, Zach Kingston, Samuel Morsley, coxed by Billy Negri, coaches Alex Nickel and Howard Goodall. Which means if we have the official results, we will know going off my memory, that A final for the Year 10 Third 8 will be Saint Ignatius, St Joseph's, Shaw and Kings. So 4 crews in that A final. And then Newington and Sydney Grammar to contest the B final later in the day after our lunch break.
Luke, just in between the races, I guess we've talked a lot about the dogleg turn that the Gold Cup is so well known for. Can you just talk us through, as a coxswain, as you were discussing before, what is the main difficulty the coxswain faces and, I guess, the Gold Cup and how that affects this race?
Well, thanks for the question. Obviously, the main difficulty is the turn itself and also dealing with the lane that you're given. So as I mentioned, lanes 1 and 2, closest to the Hunter's Hillside, are able to take the turn between the pylon that has that distinctive red and yellow check on it and the turning buoy. And if you're in lanes 3, 4, or possibly even 5, you've got to go around that turning buoy.
For those watching at home on their screen, you will see on the left there's a tiny little speck that you might see on the left-hand side along the water. That is the buoy. It's pretty difficult to see on the live stream, but you can see the pylon and the buoy where the boats have sort of made a bit of a course run.
But the thing for us was always, the thing I was always taught as a coxswain, and the things that I would then pass on when I was a coach to coxswains as well, was to pick a point, was to pick a landmark on the point there and use that as a reference really to keep the boat straight. And then it's balancing that turn as well, where you want to take it as tight as possible, but you want to come in slightly wide so you're not checking a lot of that boat run by using the rudder excessively and killing a lot of the speed you've generated. So it's about finding that balance between taking that turn tightly and getting yourself then lined up for the finish, but then not coming in too tight and then having to turn wide or having to turn too sharply that you then lose a lot of your run. As we can see now in race 20, heat 1 of the school year 10 second 8, we've got 4 entrants in this race. Saint Ignatius in first, Kings in second, Newington in third, and Sydney Boys High in fourth. Once again, top 2 crews will make it through to the A final, and the rest will go through to the B final. And it's going to be tightly contested here between Kings and Saint Ignatius. Newington in third as well, pushing on both these crews. But as they approach the final red channel marker with about 100 metres to go, Kings have extended out their lead to about 3/4 of a length back to Riverview, and Newington slightly further back. This Kings crew looking very strong here as they'll go through to the A final with Saint Ignatius, with Newington a strong third and Sydney Boys High in fourth going through to the B final. So that King's crew, winners of race 20, that's Gil Scott, Luca Beardmore, William Chandler, Oscar Martins, Sam Hallett, Finn Grove, Matthew Potter, Christian Biasotto, Nick Wadland is the Cox and coached by Marty Nicholas. Saint Ignatius in second, who'll also go through to the A final. Angus McKinnon, Mac Collins, Flynn English, William Petchell, Charles Sang, Thomas Harrop, Angus McCaffrey, Harrison Loiterton, Nicholas Hydes, the Cox, coached by Angus Moore. Newington in third. Apologies. It was Kings in first. That was James Davis, Peter Zegas, Ollie Bucknell, James Byrne, Thomas Engsel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Costello, Lachlan Wong, Cox by Thomas Seaton Cooper. They were the winners of the race. I incorrectly read out the crew from Newington who finished third. And then Sydney High in fourth. Samuel Ewan, Daniel DaCosta, William Nguyen, Charles Huang, Patrick Chen, Patrick Ta, Ryan Zhao, Aditya Sharma, Coxed by Stanley Tang. So just to confirm, it is Kings and Saint Ignatius that will go through to the A final, and Newington and Sydney Boys High that will go through to the B final for the Year 10 second 8. Question here from Jason Beta asking what race we're up to. That was race 20. So that was heat 1 of the school Year 10 second 8. And we've got race 21 underway now, which is heat 2 of the school Year 10 second 8.
Just also a reminder, if you'd like to see the live results, if you'd like to check, they're on the Rowing New South Wales website. If you navigate through there and then go to the rowing regattas, you will see the Gold Cup, 2021 Riverview Gold Cup regatta in there. So you can follow along there. They've got the times and all the listings of the boys, which we will be reading out about 3 at a time. After every 3 or so races, we'll be reading out all those results. We've got Stefan Engsel saying well done to the Kings Schoolboy Year 10 second 8. Wherever you're watching, wherever you are in the world, we hope you're staying safe, hope you're staying COVID safe. And reminder to stay positive and keep testing negative.
Turning our attention back up the course, we've got race 21 underway, the heat 2 of the school Year 10 second 8. So we're seeing who will be competing against that very strong Kings crew and Saint Ignatius in the A final later in the day. All 4 entrants in this race have started. So we've got Sydney Grammar in lane 1, St Joseph's lane 2, Shaw lane 3, Scott's lane 4. And looks as if it's going to be tightly contested between St Joseph's, Shaw and Scott's for first and second, those 2 places through the A final. But Grammar certainly not out of it either, as they look to book their spot in the A final as well. St Joseph's and Shaw battling it out for first place, with the Joey's crew about half a length in front. And that inside line as they come around the dogleg turn should only help them increase or maintain their lead over that Shaw crew. Coxon from Shaw now just starting to straighten up as he realises, probably being told by the marshals, that he has to go round that turning buoy. They were starting to come slightly inside of it, but the marshals have done a great job there sorting that out. Scott's in lane 4 as well. No slouches there, certainly challenging as well for second place there with the Shaw School. But they might just run out of water here as we come around the turn. St Joseph's turning first. Back to Shaw, who they've got about a length of a lead over. And then back to Scott's and Sydney Grammar, who start to turn. A few drops of rain starting to fall. Overcast skies above. Fingers crossed that we don't get rain here, especially for Josh and I, as we're not undercover, like all of you are at home. But with 100 metres to go, St. Joseph's trying to hold off this late push from Shaw. But I think both crews have started to realise that they'll both be making it through to the A final later in the day. Both these crews looking very strong and should make for a fantastic final later on in the day with these two crews, as well as Saint Ignatius and Kings. So St. Joseph's the winner. Back to Shaw in second. And then Scott's in third, Grammar in fourth, who will contest the B finals. That Joseph's crew is Alex Quinn, Aston Looker, Kobe Ashby, Nicholas Newsom, Jack Cullen, Xavier Ball, Ashton Courtney, Will Bensley, Alexander Phillips is the Cox, coached by Benjamin Wiley. And Shaw in second, Jock Fenwick, Max McAlpine, Fred Loxton, Remy Cameron, Lawson Banks, Tom Westwood, Oscar Muehlbauer, Archie Parker, Sam Warburton, coached by Jeffrey Stewart. Scott's in third, Maxwell Deal, Hugo Hart, Ryan Cunningham, Noah Matani, Charles Brand, Michael Giesler, Rock Barraquette, Henry Pursehouse, Charlie Smalls the Cox, coached by Angus Burrell. And then Grammar in fourth, Alessandro Stallone, Antoine Sankey, Alexander Mudry, Alistair Cheatham, Douglas Krieger, Charles Cutbush, Sam Patradoon, Archie Osborne, coxed by Jamin Lee, coached by Michael Kelly. I'll hand over to Josh, who'll read out some of the official results from some of the previous races.
So going back to the schoolboy year 10 fourth 8, we had Saint Ignatius in lane 1 coming in first with a time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds. That is Max Barnes, Sam Walker, Edward Kelly, James Lyon, James Gooden, Archibald Dean, Maxim Bambagiotti, Connor Egger, and coxed by Benjamin McDonald, coached by Fiona Ewing. In second place, we had Kings with a time of 5 minutes and 34, and the Grammar crew, which did not start. In the year 10 third 8, race 18, we had Kings in first place, which is Angus Smith, Simon Nivenson, Sam Gall, Benji Mackay, Sam Hill, Jack Bell, Archie McLean, Lachlan Horn, and coxed by Tom Bell. That was in a time of 4 minutes and 51 seconds, .06. Then back to Shaw in second place, and third, Sydney Grammar School. The Heat 2 of the school year 10 third 8, it was first place Saint Ignatius with a time of 4 minutes and 49 seconds, .94. Zachary Nandel, Alexander Harper, Julian Samore, Gabriel Turner, Ben Noble, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, coxed by Max Fallon, and coached by Simon Kinderis. In second place, we had St. Joseph's, and third place, Newington, and the Scots crew did not start. That was race 19. Race 20, the schoolboy year 10 second 8, heat 1. In first place, we had the King's School, James Davis, Peter Zegas, Oliver Bucknell, James Byrne, Thomas Eggsnell, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Costello, Lachlan Wan, coxed by Thomas Seaton Cooper. They came first in a time of 4 minutes and 39 seconds, .30. Second back to St. Ignatius, third Newington, and fourth Sydney Boys High. And in race 21, schoolboy year 10 second 8. First place we had St. Joseph's with a time of 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Alex Quick, Ashton Looker, Kobe Ashby, Nicholas Newsom, Jack Cullen, Xavier Ball, Ashton Courtney, Will Bensley, coxed by Alexander Phillips and coached by Benjamin Wiley. In second place we had Shaw, third place Scott, and fourth place Sydney Grammar School. And then back to, and that's all the results we have for you right now. We'll head back to Luke for the live results calling.
Thanks, Josh. Race 22, as they approach the turn, is Heat 1 of the school year 10 first 8. 4 entrants: Scots, Kings, Newington, and Sydney Boys High. And it's the Kings crew in lane 2 with a strong lead, and they'll proceed through to the A final. But it really is the battle for second place here, and that second spot in the A final that's taking place between the Scots College and Newington. Very tight battle here. I really can't tell from where I'm standing. It looks as if Scots might just have the slenderest of leads as they approach the final 100 metres. And as they start to come into view for me now, Scott's half a length lead back to Newington, who are being spurred on there by that supporter boat. These two crews battling it out for that final spot in the A final of the Year 10 First 8. Newington pushing back very, very hard here. I think they might just pip Scott's at the line. But I will leave it up to the race officials. It looks unofficially as if Newington have finished second to Scott's in third. But King's the winner of that race. Winner of race 22, which was Heat 1 of the school Year 10 First 8. And Sydney Boys High School coming through in fourth here, who will also contest that B final.
Fantastic race there, Luke. Probably the tightest race for second place that we've had throughout the day. I will just say as well, just doing a quick weather check, the weather seems to have turned a little bit. We're getting a little bit wet out here, so it's getting quite drizzly. Looking as though there's a cloud pattern and rain cloud forming out towards the east coming west, so we may get hit by that a little bit later. And also a reminder, it is low tide currently, the tide coming in, so we do expect times to get quicker and quicker as the day progresses, as the tide's coming in. But other than that, pretty nice temperatures here. Beautiful day for rowing. The rain actually makes the water a little bit calmer, so we welcome in that.
So you can move that. Can we just move this forward and get the camera just under the cover? Of course. And just sort of get it back on to the finish line.
Over or?
Just move you forward and then bring it over here. You're gonna have to move the other one. Just So just there.
Can I get a marker or something?
Down, or do you think we're right?
Might have to get it. Sorry?
How big was that cell on the screen? You just
Do
said
you think we'll be right?
The weather was it was moving over. It's pretty big. It's coming.
Will I get her to bring the tent down?
That'd be great.
Apologies
Apologies there, we're just moving some cameras around and trying to keep ourselves out of the rain as it starts to fall. Still waiting on the official results from race 22, which was Heat 1 of the school Year 10 First 8. Unofficially, we've called second for Newington over Scott's, but we will wait for the official word.
So you brought the rain with you?
But race 23 now. So this is Heat 2 of the school Year 10 First 8. 4 entrants, Saint Ignatius in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, and Cindy Grammar in lane 4. And it'll be a three-way battle between Riverview, Shaw, and Joey's for those two hotly contested spots in the A final of the Year 10 First 8. All three crews turn together, and with Saint Ignatius in lane 1 with that inside line, the coxswain's done an excellent job there to just edge his crew in front, or about level with St Joseph's. Shaw certainly not out of it though. They're about quarter to half a length back. This is going to make for a very tight, very exciting finish here. All coxswains having to work very hard as well to keep their boat straight to ensure there's no clashes here as all three crews start to migrate over to the Hunters Hill side of the river. We might just avoid a collision here. But it's St Ignatius and St Joseph's who have about half a length to 3/4 of a length lead back to shore. Plenty of encouragement from all supporter crews out there, all supporter craft out there on the water. Unofficially, it looks as if St Joseph's will take first. Just back to St Ignatius in second and Shaw in third. So while we don't know the official results there of that race, we do know that it will be St Joseph's and St Ignatius that will contest that A final. Shaw, who are usually very, very strong in the Year 10-8s there, through the B final. And you can see the disappointment there on the faces of the rowers, who probably would have expected and would have expected to make that A final and really contest there for the win.
Fantastic race there. As you were saying before, that there was probably the three best crews that have been racing throughout that year, all going together head to head. But unfortunately for Shaw, who at the moment look a little bit distraught and hanging their heads, it will be St Joseph's and St Ignatius going to the A final. Fantastic race there.
We might just check the Rowing New South Wales website to see if we have official results from Heat 1 of the school Year 10 First 8.
We do.
Which was race 21. So we do have official results here. I'll hand over to Joshua because
Yeah, so in that race, we had Kings in first place with time minutes of 4 minutes and 30 seconds, .08. That's Angus Murrell, Ben McKenna, Felix Douglas, Cameron Webster, Alex Bush, Tom Watts, Julian Burke, Daniel Wall, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig and coached by Harry Randall and Stephen Edwards. And in second place, we have Newington with a time of 4 minutes and 36.84. Back to Scots, who was .65 of a second between Newington and Scots. So just say recap there. First place Kings, second place Newington, third place Scots, and fourth place Sydney Boys High. The closest result that we've had so far today. So that confirms, as we called, that Kings and Newington will be going through to the A final, with Scots and Sydney Boys High going through to the B final. Those crews will be joining Saint Ignatius and St Joseph's in the final, in the A final of the school Year 10 First 8 later on today. We're now moving into the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. And the race is coming down right now. Race 24 is the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Skull. In lane 1 we have St Joseph's, lane 2 Shaw, lane 3 St Ignatius, and lane 4 the King's School.
So what you've got the screen, so we know what's happening on the
We know what's happening. There's questions as well that people are coming through.
that right?
Yeah, like continuous call team. So you can keep asking for them as well.
All right, so you guys are staying around, but
Yeah, we'll stick around. We'll be here to help if you need anything. But yeah, but there's either that or that.
Yeah.
You've
So
got the
the
live
webs-
results as well as the
So we're going off both mics, yeah?
both. Yeah.
That's great. Good stuff.
All right. I'll just set up the yours.
Just a reminder for those watching on at home, feel free to send through your questions to the commentary team. Later on today, we'll be joined by Peter Bocchio and Alex Ryback, who are coming down to give their insights into the fantastic racing that we've already seen today, and also about the races that we are going to watch as well. But as I was saying before, at the moment coming down the river is the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Skull. The Shaw School, clear water here for the Shaw School, about 6 lengths in front of the St Joseph's and Saint Ignatius crew, and the King's crew as well. Shaw School making it look so easy. Fantastic row from the Shaw School. Absolutely dominating and in control. Very powerful through the water. But the real battle, the real race here really is on for second place, which is being contested here by St Joseph's and the King's School. And it looks like that St Joseph's have currently just edged forward of the King's School in this last 100 and 150 metres. Fantastic row there by St Joseph's to get a second place in the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Skull. We've just had a question come through from Allison. Where are the Year 10 first? The Year 10 first have just actually rowed, but they'll be on later on in the day in the A and B final. So at 1:06 p.m. we have the B final, the school Year 10 first 8. And at 1:10 is the A final of the Year 10 first 8. But just a reminder that those Year 10 8s will all be starting later on at 12:50 after we have resumed after lunch. So 12:50 p.m. is the start of the Year 10-8s, and that's where we'll be reading those results live to you from there. Gina Blackwell, go Grammar. And we've got Nick Gordon watching from California. Brings back memories. Good work from the commentary team. Of course, the boys rowing. Thanks, Nick. Hope you're staying safe over there in California. The word unprecedented has been used that many times throughout 2020 and 2021. We'd like to thank everyone here for their unprecedented support, as well as the support on the river. It's fantastic to see, even though there are no supporters here physically on the banks of the Lanco River. It's fantastic to see all the supporters out on boats and pleasure crafting. And on behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Dr. Paul Hine, we'd like to thank you for being a part of the 137th edition of the Gold Cup Regatta. It was 100 years ago today, or 101 years ago, that in 1919, the Gold Cup was contested without any spectators as well because of the Spanish flu. So it's not the first time it's happened, but hopefully it will be the last. Coming down the river right now is race 25. School Year 9-6 Cox Quad Scull. We've got 5 crews in this race. First time we've had the entire 5 lanes being used, with the crews in lanes 3, 4 and 5 having to go outside the buoy that sits in the middle of the river. But in lane 1 we have Saint Ignatius, lane 2 Sydney Grammar School, lane 3 the King's School, lane 4 Shaw, and lane 5 St Joseph's College. And it is the King's School who've just come around that buoy, or it could be the Shaw School actually, who have managed to come into lane 3. It is the Shaw School, currently out ahead. Clear water between them and King's, who are their closest competitor in lane 3. Obviously being that far out in front, the coxswain's taken a little bit of liberty and put it on himself to come a little bit further in and cut in to take the best of the corner, which is permissible if they have a sizable lead. But it is the Shaw School currently leading the King's School back to St Joseph's and Saint Ignatius. The Shaw School making it look incredibly easy, so comfortable. Blade work, very crisp, very precise, all going in together and coming out together, trying to maximise the boat run, coming down the slide together. Fantastic row there from the Year 9-6 Cox Quad Scull of the Shaw School. Will come home in lane 4 in first position. That is Oliver Davies, Calvin Shortus, Oliver Beatar, Rory Hall, coxed by Will Anderson, and coached by Martin Gordon, Rachel Pickering, and Warwick Payne. In second place, we've got the King's School. Riverview trying to put a bit of a late push here on the St Joseph's crew. Rating very high here. Unfortunately, when you do rate high, sometimes the boat run can get a little bit stopped by that. But a very valiant effort there from the Saint Ignatius crew, trying to push St Joseph's all the way, but it is St Joseph's in third place and Saint Ignatius in fourth place, with Sydney Grammar School looking to have some sort of technical issue there and may have to retire from the race by the time the next race is coming down the river.
Had some questions come through on the live stream from Alison and from Bernard.
Oh, I've done Alison and
Oh, apologies.
Bernard. I haven't done that.
Josh appears to have already answered the question, but this was regarding...
Year 10 first.
So Alison was asking about the Year 10 first, which I believe Josh has answered. Bernard asking about Heat 1 of, I believe, the schoolboy first 8, which was race 14.
Yeah, so those two races were in Heat with the top two crews going through to the A final and the top two crews in each heat going through the A final, and Luke will just read those results out for you later. That'll be on later today.
So for Heat 1 of the school first eight, we had Shaw in first place with a time of 4 minutes 17. Scott's in second with a time of 4 minutes 25. So those two crews will go through to the A final later in the day, as Josh mentioned. And then Saint Ignatius in third and Sydney Boys High in fourth, who'll go through to the B final. And then in Heat 2 of the school first eight, we had Kings in first place with a time of 4 minutes 17. Sydney Grammar in second with a time of 4 minutes 21. Once again, those two crews will go through to the A final. And then St. Joseph's in third and Newington in fourth will go through to the B final. So that B final race for the school first eight will take place at 10:50. That's race 36 in our program. And the A final for the school first eight, they're racing for the Centenary Cup, which is currently held by Shaw. That'll be race 37 at 10:54.
All those school first eight races, or those school eight races, will then will be followed subsequently by all the GPS 4s and up to the second eight. So they're starting directly after all these Year 9 Cox Quad races. So now it's race 26, the school Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. Kings in lane 3, Clearwater back to them, and Saint Ignatius. Kings absolutely doing it very easily. Once again, this Kings crew making it look very, very, very relaxed, very comfortable. Incredibly polished rowing, doing it very comfortably. Congratulations to the Kings school who'll go through and win race 26 out of lane 3. In first position, that's Anton Dimitrenko, Oscar Petras, AJ Tyndall, Milton Jones, and Cox by Janu Mahinthan. In second place, out of lane 4, is Saint Ignatius. Back to Newington College, and then Sydney Grammar, who's bringing up the rear of the race. But at the same time, we've got a race, the second race as well, the school Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2 coming down, and that's being contested between Shaw and St. Joseph's. Both crews in lane 1 and 2 are permitted to go inside the buoy. St. Joseph seem to have taken a wide turn here, but now the coxswain is correcting themselves to come inside the buoy. But it is the Shaw coxswain who's made an absolute stellar turn here, coming inside that pylon. Fantastic turn by his coxswain there, being challenged back by St. Joseph's, which came a little bit wide, which therefore made his crew will have to row a little bit further and probably allowed Shaw to gain a more sizable lead. But it is the Shaw school currently in the Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2 back to St. Joseph's, leading here out of race 27. So it is Shaw and St. Joseph's here in race 27. Just a reminder that race 27 was due to start at 10:14, but it looks as though we're running around about half an hour late. So in terms of the times that we did give you just before about the school first eight starting, it might be wise to add 20 minutes to that. So around 11:10, I'd probably expect it to start. However, the times of the other races that are starting at 12:50 will be resuming at 12:50. That's after a lunch break, so we'll be aiming to get back into those immediately at that time. But at the moment, we're running about 20 to 30 minutes behind schedule. And just a confirmation there that in the school Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull, it was Shaw back to St. Joseph's winning that crew. Shaw in lane 1, that was Nick Stacker, Toby Gregory, Harry Longs, Alex Hosking, and Cox by Theo Franklin. Coaches are Rachel Pickering, Martin Gordon, and Warwick Payne. Congratulations to the Shaw School.
Go through some official results now, taking you back to the start of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull races. So race 24, which was the Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull. We had Shaw in first place with a time of 5 minutes 22. St Joseph's in second with a time of 6 minutes 3. Kings in third, 6:05. And Saint Ignatius in fourth with a time of 6:13. Race 25, which was the Year 9 6 Cox Quad Scull. Shaw in first place with a time of 5 minutes 22. Kings in second with a time of 5 minutes 39. St Joseph's in third with a time of 5:53. Saint Ignatius in fourth with a time of 5 minutes 58. And Grammar in fifth with a time of 7 minutes 34. I believe they had some technical difficulties there with one of the oars. Race 26, which was Division 1 of the school Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. Kings in first with a time of 5 minutes 23. Saint Ignatius second place, 5:46. Newington in third with a time of 6 minutes 8 seconds. And Grammar in fourth with a time of 6 minutes 31. And race 27, which was the race that Josh just called, which was Division 2 of the Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. Shaw in first place with a time of 5 minutes 20 seconds. Back to St Joseph's in second with a time of 5 minutes 28. I'll hand back to Josh for the call of race 28, Division 1 of the Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, Luke. Race 28, School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In Lane 1, we have Grammar. Lane 2, Kings. Lane 3, Saint Ignatius. And Lane 4, Newington. Currently, the Kings School out of Lane 2. Once again, Kings showing they have great strength in these Year 9 crews. Every race they've entered, they've won at this stage. This would make it the third Kings crew in a row to take out a Year 9. The Kings absolutely dominating these Year 9s. Back to Saint Ignatius and then to Newington in Lane 4. Looks as though Grammar are having some sort of technical issue, but now seem to have regathered and bringing up the rear of the pack. But now for the third race that Kings have entered in this Year 9 crew, they have storming through clear water between them and Newington and Riverview, who are battling it out with about 200 metres to go for second place. But a fantastic row there by the King's School. Coming home in first place. That race won by Kings, but it is the Riverview and Newington crew in race for second here. Newington doing a very good job of holding Saint Ignatius off. Saint Ignatius making very, very small increases on that Newington crew. But it will be Newington that will hold on ahead of Saint Ignatius in the Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. And just to remind that Kings won that race, the third race straight that Kings have won. That is James Cox, Grayson Odbert, Samuel Hines, Lachlan Jones, and Cox by Zachary Chung. We've got a comment from Alex Ryback here. Well done, Luke. Great commentary despite the lack of atmosphere. Yes, as Alex has pointed out, there's no supporters here, unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions, but there's a massive contingent of them out on the water. It's great to see that despite the lack of atmosphere here on the riverbanks, that there's a great atmosphere out on the water and on the pleasure crafts. We like to think we're creating a little bit of atmosphere up here, Luke, but we're trying our best. We've just had a request from Davinia Deegan to call out the names of the Year 10 first Heat 2, the winners of that crew. Luke, if you could please do the honours.
Sure, so that was race 23, school Year 10 first 8 Heat 2. So that was St Joseph's in first place with a time of 4 minutes 31.09. Back to St Ignatius in second with a time of 4 minutes 31.34. So that St Joseph's crew was Patrick O'Malley, Ollie Baxter, Patrick Bro, Matt Moulders, Xavier Thomas, Joe Mangelsdorf, Malcolm Deegan, Ben Bayfield, coxed by Harrison Tong. Coaches Brian Payne, James Allen. St Ignatius crew was Willie Ryan, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker, Oliver McCole, Jack Power, Liam Sullivan, James O'Meara, Luca Milozzi, coxed by Edward Thorpe, Coach Jolly Smith. So those two crews, St Joseph's and Saint Ignatius, will go through to the A final. And then Shaw in third place, which was a big surprise, who were only another 2 seconds back from that St Ignatius crew. And that was Blake Fight, Oscar Mulebauer, Tom Galligan, Tom Harbert, Corey Sloan, Tom Hebblewhite, Thomas Waite, Will Clubb, Cox Luke Chopra, Coach Tim Morrison, and then Grammar in fourth. So those two crews will go through to the B final. That's Todd Potter, Tobias Woolmer, James Ireland, Charlie Boulderstone, Paul Brodokis, Jack Burt, Hunter Hyde, Nicholas Ryan, Cox, Christopher Ledbury, coached by Kim Mackney.
The 10:22 race should be coming down, and it's now 10:47. So, why don't you take them around to the beach?
That schoolboy year 10 first 8 that Luke just read the results of was the tightest race we've had so far. 0.25 separating St Joseph's and St Ignatius, knocking out Shaw to reach the A final. So those A finals will be later on today, starting around 12:50. So please tune in for then. And thank you to the comments on the YouTube page. We love a bit of interaction. Please keep them coming. If you are watching from home, please give us a shout out from where you're watching anywhere in the world. Just a reminder that everyone at home, please stay positive and keep testing negative.
I think you might go crazy if I don't at least acknowledge his comments. I got Joshua Steele, who's made a heap of comments that have then been deleted because he's been a bit silly. But Josh was the coxswain when I was coach of the Year 8 5th Cox Quad Skull. And he was a rower, but then he broke his wrist and ended up coxing that crew to victory in that race. So, Josh, if you're still watching, good to hear from you. Maybe don't comment as much so they don't keep getting deleted. Yeah, no, 100%. No, I completely agree. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. Oh, is that why I got that? Ah, sweet. Awesome. Cheers. I'll hand back to Josh now for Div 2 of the school Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull.
Yep, so thanks, Luke. We've got in Lane 1, City Boys High, Lane 2, St Joseph's, and Lane 3, Shaw. Currently the Shaw School leading St Joseph's. Very good row here from the Shaw School, having to come around that boy being in Lane 3. Some great rowing on display here from the Shaw School in this race. Very powerful strokes. You can really see in this race that every stroke they're taking, every time they enter the water, entering it nice and softly, but then the power comes through and really making the boat run. Great composure, all rowing together, a sign of a great crew that can really maximise the potential whilst in the water and make it look so comfortable out of the water. So that is the Shaw School coming home first in the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 2. That's Piers Mendel, Aidan McFarlane, Liam McFarlane, Angus Reardon, Charlie Waugh is the Cox, and coached by Martin Gordon and Warwick Payne. Second place, St Joseph, just crossing the line there. We'll have times for you very shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like it's
We have Ryan Gibson saying it's a tough break for Joey's in the first 8. That was a very tough race that they were involved in there. And Ryan saying go Kings as well. Henry Isherwood, hello to you from wherever you are. Gina Blackwell, go Grammar. Jane Merrick also throwing a support on Joey's. Joey's is the best. Josh Delaney asking Shaw to rally a bit, and Rebecca Lee saying go View. Thanks very much everyone for the comments throughout the live stream. Please keep them coming. We're also here to answer questions that you do, if you do have any. As I said before, it was 101 years ago today that the first Gold Cup was, well, not the first Gold Cup was ever held, but there was no spectators at that Gold Cup as well due to the Spanish flu. So 101 years later, after 1919 and 2021, we're having another Gold Cup without any spectators, but as we've discussed many times before here on the calling team, that we've got a great show of support from all spectators. Fantastic to see everyone getting out and supporting schoolboy rowing. Coming down the river right now is a school year 9 third Cox Quad Scull. That's race 30, Division 1. In lane 1 we have Grammar, lane 2 Saint Ignatius, lane 3 Newington, and lane 4 Kings. The big headline for this would be, can Kings continue the trend of every race they've been in this division? Can they keep winning? And at the moment they seem to continue that trend. Currently in lane 4, which is arguably one of the harder lanes to win from, currently in first position. So it's currently Kings in the lead, back to Newington and Saint Ignatius and Grammar. It's very hard to tell from here which of those three crews coming second or third or fourth is actually in the lead at this point, but it is the Kings crew currently in first position, continuing the trend of the absolute dominance in this Year 9 schoolboy category. Fantastic row here from Kings. About 3 lengths in between the Kings crew back to Newington, but it is the Newington, Saint Ignatius and Sydney Grammar schools which are battling it out for second, third and fourth. Unfortunately, I believe there might have been some oars that were just tangled then. Unfortunately, the Saint Ignatius crew look to have been affected by a technical difficulty, possibly with a collision with Grammar. Very unfortunate, but it is the King's School that will come through in first position, followed by Newington and then Sydney Grammar. A large thud was heard by us up here in the commentary box from the Saint Ignatius boat, and they're just confirming that the Saint Ignatius team did have a bit of technical difficulty there, but it is the King's School that comes through in that race. That is Charles Wallan, Daniel Payne, Alfred McLean, Cameron Schultz, and Cox by Fergus Lawson.
Just switching them over because that one's running out of battery.
Yeah. Thanks to Rebecca Lee on the commentary team, saying go View. Good luck to your son, which is coxing as well throughout the day. We'll keep an eye out for him on our commentary list and on the team lists. Please keep commenting. Tell us where you're watching from around the world. If you are watching internationally or interstate or even regionally, please keep up the conversation. Keep the conversation going. We very much enjoy any sort of correspondence we have with our fans and the people that are watching at home. But now coming down is race 31 of the School Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Lane 1, Sydney Boys High. Lane 2, Shaw. And lane 3, St Joseph's. Fantastic effort from all involved in the King's Rowing program at the moment. Every race they've entered in this division, in this year group division, they have won.
We are up to
Currently up to race 31 in the School Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2.
How far off were you the first eight?
They're up in, well, they should be up in about 20 minutes, but we're running about 20 minutes behind time.
All right,
so
thank you very much.
all good.
talk about Alison's comment? I think she's right. Shaw's also won all their races in the Year 9s. Because they've been in the separate division to Kings. Have a look.
It's currently the Shaw School with clear water here over the St. Joseph's crew. We've had a comment from one of our listeners on YouTube that in fact it's also Shaw that every race they've entered as well in the Year 9 have also done incredibly well. They've also won every race they've entered in the divisions as well. So Kings and Shaw really flexing their muscles within this division. And it is the Shaw School currently just coming over first there. That's Ben Rowe, Henry Connick, Felix Harvison, Preston Scott, coxed by Mackenzie Fox and coached by Warwick Payne, Martin Gordon and Rachel Pickering. Thank you to all the commenters picking up on my slight error there.
Got plenty of international viewers as well. Ian Leonard watching from Colorado in the US and Wilfred watching from Hong Kong. So great to see that this live stream is really enabling people, not just from around Sydney or the state or even the country, but from right around the world to watch some excellent schoolboy rowing that's on display today.
Thanks also to Bernard for the suggestion. I believe we can do that, so I'll just get back with our technical editor and he should be able to put the race number up for you. Thank you very much. And also, Wilfred, thank you for throwing your support behind the Shaw School today. All support for any school is much appreciated. The results of another. Yeah.
Because you'll take over from race 36, won't you? You'll do the senior ones, yeah. Easy.
Got Paul Webb currently watching from the bank of the Warralong Dam, Queensland. Hello, Paul. Very happy to have you with us. Blair. I knew Blair when I was at school. Currently watching the live stream from my share house in Melbourne and sorely missing the scenes of the Lane Cove River. Right now it's a race 32, which is a school Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. Luke will give you the call for that one.
No surprise here. Kings once again absolutely dominating this division of the Year 9 races. It's been Shaw and Kings all throughout the morning in these Year 9 races. And as you can see, and probably pop onto your screen just about now from out of those mangroves there, just an absolutely commanding lead. Back to Newington in second. Grammar and then Saint Ignatius battling it out for third and fourth. But this Kings crew looking so strong. Leading from start to finish once again. Newington, second place. And once again, Saint Ignatius and Sydney Grammar battling it out for third place there. But this Kings crew, a big congratulations to them as they cross the line. Winners of Division 1 of the Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. Newington to finish in second place. And Grammar making that final push to finish third ahead of Saint Ignatius in fourth. So that Kings crew, Tulloch Salmon, Mac Mason, Louis Todd, Campbell Wickham, coxed by Dana Scalvins. Newington in second place, Oliver Sutton, Leo Grippy, Mark Grolakis, Alexander Cosmas, Stephen Iliopoulos is Cox, coached by Zachary Scott. Grammar in third place, Lachlan Strothers, James Brew, Torrance Zheng, Ben Fairbrother, Michael Hugh is the Cox, coached by Ken Ambler. And Saint Ignatius in fourth place, Joshua Price, Jude Smith, Luke Bannerman, William Patterson, coxed by Lachlan Horton-Smith, and coached by James Benson.
You'll have to excuse us for race 31 in the school Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull Division 2. I gave the wrong names out for the Shaw School. That was Wiley Hockey, Jordan Elliott, Lockie Defina, Jamison Line, coxed by Alex Bishop, coached by Rachel Pickering, Martin Gordon and Warwick Payne. And I will just say, Peter Newcomb on the comments, thanks very much for that, Peter. As Luke and I have been saying, it is actually correct. It is Shaw that have been dominating every race. Shaw and Kings have been dominating every division race. The Shaw School have been in every second division, and Kings have been in the other division, winning every race they've been in. So yes, Shaw has won every Year 9 race they have entered, as well as Kings in their divisions as well.
And if we turn our attention back up the course, race 33, the School Year 9 Second Cox Squad Skull Division 2. Three entrants in this race. We've got Shaw in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, and Sydney Boys High in lane 3. And true to form, it is Shaw once again in the lead. Back to St Joseph's in second, who was sitting about 2 lengths back. And then further adrift, we've got that Sydney Boys High crew in third place. Both coxswains from St Joseph's and Shaw now, as they start to take a turn, doing a great job there as they line up and head for home this final sprint. This extra 400 metres that they've got to race, which they would have rode last year at the Gold Cup, but obviously all their other races during the season, whether it's at Head and Chicken, Iron Cove, or at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, would all be over 1,000 metres. But this Shaw crew looking very, very strong as they come up to the final 200 to 150 metres, continuing to extend their lead over St Joseph's. Rowing nice and long, clean blade work in and out through the water there. Holding off any possible challenge that St Joseph's crew could have thrown down at them. But once again, as we've seen in the comments and as we've seen throughout the racing today in these Year 9 races, it is Shaw, the winners. And this crew is comprised of Ben Muffet, Edward Kenny, Lorenzo Cozzi, Alex Smith, James Singers the Cox, coaches Martin Gordon, Warwick Payne and Rachel Pickering. Back to St Joseph's in second, Darcy Williams, Grant Dreyer, Dominic Barry, Jack Janney and Flynn Bruin is the Cox. And Sydney Boys High will finish in third place. That's Ethan Heibler, Michael Lee, Jack Rusley, Daniel Nguyen, and coxed by Dat Nguyen.
Couple more comments coming through on the live stream. Rowing enthusiast, great to watch, fantastic commentary, reminds me of holidays. Glad we can help you be sentimental there, rowing enthusiast. We haven't seen any sharks as well, so we'll keep looking out, but I don't think there's a bit too much pleasure craft activity to see any sharks today. From Noel Callingau, shout out to all the calling crew. Keep safe all. Joey Strong. Stephen Janney, watching from Singapore. Son Jack, racing in the next race for SJC. Good luck, Jack. And then we've got Sarah Taylor, who's commented. Matt Ryan, Old Riverview 82, watching from Lake Karapiro in New Zealand. Waiting for Henry Ryan, Old Riverview 19, to row in the Sydney University 8. Fantastic that we can cater to such a large international audience. Thank you for joining us here today on a bit of a gloomy day here over the Lane Cove River, but nonetheless a great day of racing so far and a great day of racing still to come. Please keep the comments coming and I'll hand you back over to Luke for the call of the next race.
Thanks, Josh. It's great to hear your comments coming through. Gives us some extra company up here. Obviously, over the last 3 or 4 years that I've been calling, and myself, Josh, and Peter, who'll be on later, have been calling this race, usually the bank and the ferry wharf there, and Covert Cottage as well, is just absolutely full of people, full of buzz and excitement. And while we've got plenty of pleasure craft out there on the water today supporting these crews, it's great to see your comments coming through as well. Really makes it feel like the event is as big as it possibly can be, and that we've really made the best of the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic.
We've got Elliot Ravasi saying, go grammar. Thank you, Elliot, for your comment. Please, everyone, keep them coming. We do thoroughly enjoy them, as Luke just said. Unprecedented is a word that's been thrown around quite a lot this year and last year, so we thank you for your unprecedented support and hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 137th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup.
Race 34 now. School Year 9 First Cox Squad Skull Division 1. And these crews are racing for the Colonel Digger Joyce Memorial Trophy, which is currently held by Shaw. who aren't in this race. They're racing in Division 2 of the Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull. And it'll be no surprise to viewers out there on the water or viewers on our live stream that once again it is Kings who have a commanding lead of this race. Back to Saint Ignatius in second, Sydney Grammar in third, and Newington in fourth place. Barring any major slip-ups or mishaps, this will complete the clean sweep for Kings in Division 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Skull races. That's, I think, 6 from 6 or 7 from 7, an absolutely outstanding effort. And a big congratulations to all rowers in those crews, the coaches, the entire rowing program at Kings. That's a fantastic effort to sweep a division like that. Coming through to the finish now, final strokes. It's the Kings crew that'll win the Colonel Digger Joyce Memorial Trophy, Year 9 First Cox Squad Skull Division 1. That's Charles Baker, Ethan Zhu, Anton Thiel, William Rogers, coxed by Reginald Toll. Back to Saint Ignatius in second, Charlie Harrison, Daniel Saunders, Ambrose Hennessy, Phoenix Graham, coxed by Alastair Brown, coach James Benson. Sydney Grammar in third, Kieran Hewen, Matthew Kelly, William Ellis, Oliver Huang, Paul Rodokis is the cox and coached by Jeffrey Noonan. And then Newington in fourth place, that's Edward Phillips, Harvey Carnegie, Angus Mitchell, Kian Tran Hewen, Hugo Grian is the cox and coached by Zachary Scott. Final race for the Year 9s, race 35, Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull Division 2. 3 entrants, Shaw in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, and Sydney Boys High in lane 3. And I know the Shaw parents and supporters at home, it would be remiss of me not to mention that they're also going for the clean sweep of Division 2 of the Year 9 races.
I just might interrupt you there for a second, Luke. We have Alec Baldwin, Hollywood celebrity, possibly. Alec Baldwin's commented, go Newington. Don't know if he's a Newington old boy or not, or ever went to Newington, but thank you, Alec. I very much enjoy your impressions of Donald Trump on Saturday Night Live. And we've got Darren Patterson saying, go Billy Patterson at View. And Kelly Howard who's just commented, go Joey's and go Henry Howard. Kelly watching from Adelaide. Welcome, Kelly. Thanks for the comment. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah.
They'd have to, because
there's about a 30-second delay, I think. So, yeah.
As the crews start to make their way towards the turning pylon now, it's Shaw in first place, back to St Joseph's in second place, and Sydney Boys High slightly further adrift in third place in this final race of the Year 9 Cox Quad Skulls. Shaw with about a length to 2-length lead back over St Joseph's as they start to take the turn now. Once again, Coxon's done an excellent job there taking the turn. Gives himself plenty of room and then straightens up, heads for home. And with that inside line as well, they've just extended that lead over that St Joseph's crew. Coming into the final 250 metres here. Both crews starting to up their rate as they head for home. Usually that turning buoy usually signals for a lot of coxswains. I know I did for my race plans as a cox and a coach. That was your final push for home where you started to up the rate. Made that final push as you try to win this race. And while Joey's are giving it a great effort here to this Shaw crew, they are very quickly running out of water to mount, or successfully mount this challenge. But this Shaw crew looking very strong, holding off any challenge that this St Joseph's crew has given them as we enter the final 50 metres of the race, and they continue to accelerate through there and continue to maintain their lead. So it'll be Shaw, who like Kings have done a clean sweep of the Year 9 races today as they win Division 2 of the Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull. That's Ben Rowe, Henry Connick, Felix Harbison, Preston Scott, Mackenzie Fox is the cox, coaches Warwick Payne, Martin Gordon and Rachel Pickering. Back to St Joseph's in second place, Liam Massey, Thomas Maloney, Matthias Maloney, Alex Neckline, Cox Henry Howard, coached by Emma Molinar. And Sydney Boys High in third place. That's Harry Jin, Tianjing Yang, Jacob Yin, Luke Tran, and coxed by Jonathan Lin. I'll hand over now to Peter Bokier, who will call the next senior races. So the next race will be the B final of the school first 8.
I'll just jump in quickly. We've got a question from Bernard Duffy. What race number was the Div 1 final of the Open first 8? Well, the Open first 8 actually won't be on until later in the day, and that's at 11:40 a.m. scheduled. We're running about 20 minutes behind time, so that's then. But the school first 8 is currently coming down, which Peter is just about to call. Peter?
Thank you so much. Josh and Luke, done an outstanding job, men, from early this morning. Peter Beaucaire here to give them a bit of a rest and call some of these senior races as they come down the course. Josh and Luke will still be helping out here with the three of us here. Will be the continuous call team here from now till a little bit after 2. So this is the B final of the first 8. We've got High in 1, we've got Joey's in 2, Riverview in 3, and Newington out there in lane 4. High have just sort of slipped back from the top 3, but there's not much there at the moment between Newington there in 4 and St Joseph's in 2. Riverview just sitting off their heels there in lane 3. The Coxons start positioning themselves here for the turn. As Luke and Josh have mentioned a couple of times this morning, it's very much the Coxons course. Riverview, a very unusual course with the here on the Lane Cove with a fairly tight turn, or a 2-point turn, as they enter into the final sort of 250 metres. So these 8s are really generating a lot of speed now, coming with a slightly following conditions. Coxon's allowing them plenty of rain. They're not going to turn too sharply. Particularly Cruise 3 and 4 will let them sort of keep their momentum and move around the buoy there in the middle that you can see.
That's the next race.
Crew from Newington holding a slight edge over Saint Ignatius. So Newington there in 4, Saint Ignatius in 3. Joey's Coxon now has positioned his crew nicely for the turn. And they're going to get a little bit of boost off the corner. But Newington have turned in front. They're full of running. Kept their momentum through the corner. But the challenge is coming from the 2 inside crews, that from Saint Ignatius right next to them there in 3, and then St Joseph's in 1. Newington in front as they come inside the last 200 metres. Strokes asked for an extra shove, and they've taken it up 1 or 2 points there as they've entered into the last 150. They're getting pressed by the crew from Saint Ignatius all the way down. This is great first 8 throwing. The B final here of the school's first 8, but it is Newington holding around about half a length as they come inside the last 100 metres. Strokes now just holding the momentum here. He hasn't gone further. In fact, they've moved further ahead now. They've gone out to about 2/3 of a length above Saint Ignatius, and they'll cross in first. So Newington, Saint Ignatius, St Joseph's in 3rd, and back to Sydney Boys High in 4th. So the crews, go back to the thing. So the crew from Newington there. The first 8 there: Charlie Carr, Sam Bristow, Leo Burke-Doyle, Alexander Page, Hamish Danks, Harvey Jones, Hugo Hobbs, Hugh Harvey, Ben Dewhurst as the Cox. They're coached by Christopher Holliday and Carl Schmidt. The crew from St Ignatius in 2nd: Patrick Johnston, Felix Connors, Tristan Kelleher, Charles Jewell, Mackenzie Thompson, Samuel Harrop, Tom Walker, Ryan Hogan, Hugo Kerr as the Cox, and they're coached by Richard Wern. And in 3rd place there, the crew from St Joseph's: Jack McDonald, Riley Murphy, Oliver Maroulis, Quinn Dickinson, James Fredrickson, Charlie Hine, Joe Phillips, Maxim Maloney, Xavier Horton is the Cox, and they're coached by David Geely and Charles Rowe. Not to forget, they're the school from Sydney Boys High, Clem Tootsman, Adrian Wong, Nelson Cheng, Daniel Morris, Jack Smiles, Mihir Maranth, Thomas Bricic, Maxim Jalbert Locke, and they're coxed by Itai Zamek and coached by Gareth Deacon, who's done a great job over there at Sydney High for the last 3 or 4 years. And we've got the the first division of the school's first 8. We've got Scots in 1, Kings in 2, Shaw in 3, and Grammar in 4. As usual, very strong first 400 metres from the Shaw School here out in lane 4. This crew's had a very good season so far. They were the New South Wales champions from a couple of weeks ago and have won, I think, all the regattas that they've been in where there's been first 8 races this season. Closest challenger will likely be Scots College. Scots and Kings having a close battle there for second in lanes 1 and 2. As we can see coming down the course, the Shaw School, Coxon is going to take a line on the northern side of that buoy there in the middle. Lane 3's got to go to the outside of that buoy. But this is a very impressive Schoolboy 8. Coxon's asked him for a real shove there as they come around the corner. There'll be a lot of extra weight coming across on the bow side or the left-hand side of the boat to help the swing through the corner. But that's a skillfully navigated turn by the coxswain. He's got his crew nicely balanced up, and they're going to surge towards the last 250 metres of this race. So it is School from Shaw in front. Scots and Kings won't let them out of their sight. Grammar rowing a bold race over there in lane 4. They're not too far out of the action either. But Shaw's taken it up another couple of points now as they get up to the red buoy, which signifies around 150 to go. They're holding a lead of around about a length, and they may even go further ahead. There's a slight clash of oars there between Scots and Kings, which has taken a little bit of the momentum out of the Kings crew. But it is Shaw a length in front. In fact, they're going further ahead as they come inside the last 100 metres. This is a very, very impressive first 8. And they cross the line, winning the Riverview here at the Riverview Gold Cup Regatta. Scots in second, Kings in third, and Grammar another 3/4 of a length back in 4th place. So that crew from Shaw adds to another win for this very successful season. That's Gus Gregg, John Marnie, Edward Nutt, Thomas Livingston, Hamish Hunter, Nicholas Donoghue, Ashton Lyne, John Kenny, Oliver Wilson's the Cox, and they're coached by David Jennings. Crew from Scots, Sam Berkelman, James Fredrickson, David Campbell, Ben DiStarzo, Angus Campbell, Jack McPhee, Frank Finlayson, Jeremy Rush, Zachary Howell is the Cox. They're coached by Jason Baker. 3rd place there in the school's first 8 division, the A final, was the crew from King's School at Digby Lay, Felix Lay, MacArthur Bucknell, Samuel Dugan, Rory Menzies, Harry Staniforth, Orlando Denton, Dimitri Data, Lawrence Cleves the Cox. They're coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. And the crew from Sydney Grammar there in 4th. That's Jamie Penny, Max Collier, Sebastian O'Connell, Benjamin Ween, Nick Wenzel, Henry Wilson, Joshua Zhang, George Summerhays, Jeremy Hose the Cox, and they're coached by Michael Smith, Alan Phillips, and John Russell.
Got a few comments coming through. Christopher Beta, Go Shaw, watching all the way from Darling Point. Jenny Lee Koskell, big kudos to Year 8 2nd Division 1 crew. Well done, Riley. Andrew Sarcordero, Go View, hi to Ian Leonard as well. Archie Sellers, shout out to the boarders in the senior first 8. I believe Ollie Wilson, Nick Donoghue and Gus Gregg are all in the Shaw first 8. Great result just there. Max Burke says, let's go View. John T. Carr, yeah, Newington. We've got Firecracker Films YouTube, Go Hard Shore First Aid, Mitch McManus, Cox of the winning Shore First 8 from 1984, now rowing director and head varsity coach, GLR, here in snowy Boston, USA. Really miss those Gold Cup steak sandwiches. I can tell you what we do too. Unfortunately, there's no barbecue here today.
I was just thinking that before. That's a very accurate comment. It's one thing I do really miss here on this side is the smell of the steak sandwiches from the Old Ignatius barbecue. But we have got the Schools 4-4, the first semi-final of that coming down the course. We've got Scots in 1, Saint Ignatius in 2, Kings in 3. The first 2 crews in this race will go through to the A final a little bit later on today. And it's quite a comfortable lead for the crew from Saint Ignatius, who are also having a very good season there in lane 2. They've got quite a distance between them and probably back to the crew from Kings and then back to Scots. So I imagine Cox might ease up a little bit on them as they move into the final 250 because they're holding a very comfortable lead. They might save a little bit of juice for later on today. Call it out, mate. It's good. Some people will be asking for that.
Yeah. One of the comments from Jonty Carr was, surely there's some quick times with the tail breeze here. It's correct. In that last race, the quickest time of the day so far, the Shore School, which came first, won in a time of 3 minutes 59.29, which is very quick. Anything sub 4 is very quick. So that's an indication. Scott's only 4:02, Kings 4:06, and Grammar 4:09. And in the other first 8 race, it was Newington 4:07, St Ignatius 4:09, St Joseph's 4:11, and Sydney Boys High 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, the coaches of those crews will all be delighted to get somewhere in the low 4s or late 3s, so that's excellent. This is the Riverview crew here. This is race 38 on your program. We are running around about 15 minutes late, but the crew from Saint Ignatius are going to comfortably qualify for the A final later on today in the Schools 4-4. Kings holding off Scots for second, and they too will go through to the A final, and Scots will go through to the B final. But Riverview crossing the line now in first. Quite a comfortable margin back to Kings, who also did drop their rate and ease over the last 200 metres. They're crossing the line now in second, and Scots in third. So that crew from St Ignatius, Joseph Maguire, Jago Lambert, John Ray, Tom O'Meara, Ben Leonard, they're coached by Dave Dillon, who's been a long-time coach of here at St Ignatius. In second place there with a crew from Kings, Zach Harris, Tim Burke, Henry Cox, George Kerr, Henry Fagan's the Cox, Scots, Bo McMaster, James Rose, Boas Ronan, Conleith Corcoran, Daniel Bullock's the Cox, and they're coached by Bede Clark. We've got the second semi of the Schools 4-4 coming down the river now. They're around halfway through. We've got Shore in 1, St Joseph's in 2, and St Ignatius 2, their second crew, over there in lane 3. Shore reasonably comfortable here, but St Joseph's are keeping them pressed as they come through the 500 metre mark. Neither crew is rating particularly high. Each at around stroking at around 31, 32 strokes a minute. They've probably got a little bit up their sleeve. Both of them have a comfortable break back to the crew, or the crew from Saint Ignatius, which is their second crew, which in the old days we used to call the 5th-4. But there'll still be a bit of competition here between St Joseph's and Shore over the last 250 metres. They'd like to get a result over each other, and that's starting to work its way through to a higher stroke rate inside this last 200 metres. They're probably both at 33 now. Holding comfortably Saint Ignatius. Each trying to hold a psychological edge over each other for the final. Shaw is holding them reasonably comfortably. Joey's now have gone another point inside the last 100 metres and are closing the gap. But Shaw will hold on by around about a third of a length back to St Joseph's and the Saint Ignatius number 2 crew in third. That crew from Shaw, they've been having a good season as well, winning a few regattas. That's Edward Ellis, Benjamin Duddy, Oliver James, Charlie Fredericks, Brian Wong's the Cox. They're coached by Werner Pienaar. St Joseph's, that's Jackson Basher in the bow, Max Palencia, Kyan Trindle, Julian Fitzgerald, Gabriel Lucciarelli is the Cox. They're coached by Charlie Patterson and brother Anthony Boyd. Brother Anthony Boyd having a long association with St Joseph's Rowing. I won't tell you how long because I'll get in trouble, but a very long association. And Charlie Patterson there was a first state rower back there in 2013. So Jackson Basher in that crew. Also, his uncle Cecine is the president of the Joey's Old Boys. So great to see Jackson out there rowing. I'm sure his father Gerard would be delighted. St Ignatius there in third. That's Rocco Rizzo, Lachlan Easton, Benjamin Hallam, Lachlan O'Brien, Harry Kelly's the Cox, coached by David Hogan. We've got schools for third four coming down, the first semi-final. Again, first two to go through. Battle here seems to be between Scots in lane 3 and Shaw in 2. A little bit back to St Joseph's there in 1. And Sydney Boys High over there in lane 4. Again, this has been a pretty competitive Shaw third four. I've seen some recent results where they're consistently thereabouts in their races and are showing that form as they come inside the last 400 metres here. They're holding around about 3/4 of a length back to the crew from Scott's College and are looking to extend inside the last 300 now. Both crews are going to comfortably qualify for the A final. Scott's is going to move a little bit closer inside the last 150, but neither crew is stroking at a particularly high rate. Again, like the race before, they're sitting there on 33 now. Shaw stroke doesn't really see the need to go any higher. He's got plenty of rhythm in the boat. He's getting plenty of run. They're enjoying these slight downwind conditions. And Scots have eased off a little bit there as well. Although they're looking at their blades, they're looking for a little bit of an extra effort inside the last 100, but it is a very impressive row by this school. The Shaw third four, they'll comfortably qualify first. In first position, Scots in second. Those two will go through the A final, which will be after lunch. St Joseph's now coming across the line in third, and they'll be back to the school. The crew from Sydney Boys High there in fourth position. So so that Shaw crew, that's James McCready, Nick Martha, Alex Knappen, Daniel Fatsees, Will Harding's the Cox, coached by Werner Pienaar. Scots, Lewis Moe, Christopher Sassine, William Farquhar, Milo Atkinson. Zakin Hijwell is the Cox, and they're coached by Bede Clark. St Joseph's, that's Joseph Gazelle in the bow seat, Harry Dunn, Nicholas Costigan, Marcus Renshaw, William Ryan, coaches Charlie Patterson and brother Anthony Boyd. Sydney Boys High just crossing the line there. Karan Vees, James Y, Jivan Naganantham, Antoine Nguyen, and they're coxed by Danny Pan. So I think we'll catch up with a couple of results here.
Before we go to the results, just reading out some of your comments again. Great to see those coming through. Lovely one here from Elliot. My grandma lives very close, but sadly couldn't watch live due to COVID. So she thanks you for the live feed and great commentary, which she shared with my 96-year-old great-grandmother in Scotland. So I've got viewers all the way over in the UK, which is great to see. Keep those messages or those questions or those comments coming through.
It is fantastic to know where people are watching this around the world and in regional Australia and regional New South Wales, and those who can't get here on the bank. There is quite a big flotilla of pleasure craft sort of running up the side there, and which is adding hopefully to a little bit of atmosphere for the boys as they come past. But the the live stream of these regattas has really been one of the rare good points of these sort of COVID times, where the technology's improved so much that people who can't normally get to regattas get the chance to see friends and relatives row in this. So that's one very small benefit out of this. So we've got here the school's third four coming down. This is the second semi in this race. And it's the crew from Saint Ignatius College holding a comfortable lead. Back to Kings. And then Newington in third place. So again, a very strong performance here by the crew from Saint Ignatius. In the third four, they'll be looking to challenge the crew from Shaw, who won the previous heat. And they'll comfortably cross the line, around 5 lengths in front of the crew from the King's School, and then back in third will be the crew from Newington, who will go through to the B final. So progressing to the A final there, the crew from Saint Ignatius, Jack Bannerman, Flynn Wilkinson, James McNamee, Fabrizio Antonelli, Harry Grant's the cox, Dave Dillon the coach. Kings in second, Jack Hurst, Max Morgan, Thomas Boland, William Maslin, Tom Gavels the cox. And the crew from Newington now crossing the line. In third, George Cooney, David Doust, Mackenzie Shepherd, Michael Chen, Henry Lee, coached by Jessica Christian and Tim Christian. We've got the school second four coming down the course now. The first heat of that, again, first and second will go through to the A final later today. This is another strong shore four, and they're holding a comfortable advantage around about the halfway mark. Out there in lane 3. St Joseph's and St Ignatius will probably fight out the second place and to progress to the A final. The way it's looking at the moment, this Shore School's full of running as it gets to the corner. Although St Ignatius and St Joseph's are bringing themselves into the race, closely fighting each other for position in the A final, and that is allowing them to close the gap a little on what is a very impressive Shore second four. They turn in front around about a length and a half, probably 2 lengths to St Joseph's, and Riverview only about another third of a length behind them. But the view would be pretty nice from this stroke from the Shore crew. He looks back, he's got control of the race here. He hasn't really taken the rating up to anything spectacular. They're rating it around 33. St Joseph's is driving hard across out there in lane 1, and they'll be their closest danger coming inside the last 150. St Joseph's aren't letting them out, and St Joseph's are still pushing there alongside there in lane 1, but it is Shaw rating around about 29 as they cross the line. Holding a length to St Joseph's, who will qualify for the A final, and back to Saint Ignatius in 3rd place. So that crew from Shaw, Charlie Black, Finn Oxenham, Charlie Marshall, Jack Drummond. They're coxed by George Bishop. There's no coach in the program, but I do understand that Mike Doyle is coaching there at Shaw, their 1st and 2nd force. So Mike, a well-known name across schoolboy rowing, coach of the winning Saint Ignatius crew from a few years back, and a successful coach of St Joseph's 8s there in around 2012-2013. In 2nd place there, St Joseph's, William Tarlington, George Daly, Sebastian Castaldi, Thomas Madden, Patrick Gundy's the cox, George Davis is the coach. St Ignatius there in 3rd place, Hugh and Crolls, Samuel Giffen, Thomas Dredge, Nicholas Lowry, Sam Carney's the cox, coached by Peter Warren, who does an enormous amount of work here at the St Ignatius Boat Shed, and a long time experienced coach, and he used to do a fair bit over there at St Joseph's as well. Okay, we have the second heat of the school's 2nd 4 coming down. They're around 300 metres into their race. Got 4 crews in this, so the challenge is going to be very much on. We've got Newington in 1, Scots in 2, Kings in 3, Grammar in 4. Scott's holding a comfortable advantage as we come to around about the halfway mark of the race. Kings aren't far off them there out there in lane. Well, they really started in lane 3. They've sort of drifted out to 4 Kings, but they'll be lining up as they. Coxon will be lining up the turn around about now. But from this perspective, we're looking at a very a commanding lead here by this Scott 2nd 4. Again, these crews enjoying these slight following conditions on salt water over 1,400 metres. Last week they would have raced a couple of races over 2,000 metres on fresh water, which is a slightly more difficult assignment. So a lot of this becomes around oar control and rhythm, and as we've mentioned a few times, skill of the coxswains. And as we look back here, coxswain on this Scots crew has enjoyed the fact that his crew has taken a big advantage and took a very mild line into the corner, trying not to disrupt the rhythm out of his crew. Kings in 2nd. Crew from Newington isn't that far away from this crew from Kings, and I imagine as they now straighten, they may put a little bit of pressure on them inside the last 150 metres, but it is the crew from Scots. They're looking to take a berth into the 2nd 4A final, and they're holding a good two-length advantage back to Kings, who in turn hold a comfortable length and a half back to the crew from Newington in 3rd. Crew from Grammar has sort of made the turn now. They're a little bit behind the others, but we have Scots College in front. Stroke has really eased off the pressure inside the last 100 metres, and they'll cross comfortably by around 2 lengths. Back to Kings, and then back to the crew from Newington. and Grammar with around about 150 metres to go. So that crew from Scots, Jacob Ulcock, William Kelly, Olaf Muller, Jake Delmenico, Edson Lowe's the Cox, Edward Mantons the coach. Second position, the crew from Kings, Alexander Vertsayas, Angus Wickham, Callan James, Sam Thompson, Max Collis is the Cox, and the coach is Robert Black. Third position in that race was a crew from Newington, Cameron Rennie, Gabriel Collingwood, Henry Beisel, Ryan Gleeson, Blake Dewhurst is the Cox. They're coached by Jessica Christian and Tim Christian. Grammar just crossing the line now. That's Jack Lockhart, Damon Dyer, Taj Astle, Jason Dougal, Jeremy Hose the Cox, and they're coached by Kenneth Major. And some quite strong exertions coming from the Grammar Cox there. We could hear up in the commentary box to push them right through to the line. So well done, men. We've got the school's first four coming down now. Heat 1 of the school's first four. Again, first two crews to the final. Saint Ignatius in 1, Scots in 2, St Joseph's in 3, Sydney Boys High in 4. Expect this to be quite a keen race. There hasn't been much separating these crews from Scots, St Joseph's and Saint Ignatius in recent regattas. Scots College won a few early in the piece, and they had a couple of very good rows up there at Penrith last week and the week before in the New South Wales Champs. Joey's his turn for home. Cox has got a good line, and you'd expect that. They are coached by an ex-Cox in George Davis. And so would have done plenty of training on this. So we straightened them up in front from the school, from the crew from Scots in second. And the pressure's probably going to come from Scots inside the last 150, although they could very well be quite happy to sit there in second. They look like they've got the crew from Saint Ignatius covered, who seem to, they're going to go very close to that pylon there, Saint Ignatius. Just had to turn around from that, and that's probably cost them around about a quarter of a length. St Joseph's rowing well here today. They're holding off this Scots crew. Scots now picking up their rate inside the last 150, but St Joseph's holding them reasonably comfortably. And they'll hold on to around about a half a length advantage. St Joseph's and Scots will go through to the A final. Saint Ignatius will be third. And the crew from Sydney Boys High will be fourth. So that crew for St Joseph's, Thomas Bensley, Hugh Taylor, Jack Barrett, Sean Hughes, Oscar Crawford, coached by George Davis. Scots, Alexander Tressida, Mac Baldessari, Tyree Manson, Wyatt Lees, Arch Lowe is the Cox, and they're coached by Edward Manton. St Ignatius, Adam Fine, Rory Curtin, Orlando McDermott, Thomas Goodman, Luca Vecchio, coached by Pete Warren. And Sydney Boys High now crossing the line, Gilbert Wynn, James Liu as well, Joseph Dar, Nicholas Guang is the Cox. We've got the second division of the second semi-final of the school's first four coming down the river now. They've just started. Again, the action in this race should be probably the middle lanes. This is another impressive four from Shaw, who have had some very good results recently. Newington there in 3 have also had some pretty good results in recent regattas. Kings is in 1, Shaw in 2, Newington in 3, and the crew from Sydney Grammar in lane 4. Again, it'll be first 2 crews through to the final. Excellent conditions here. It looked a bit ordinary around about an hour ago. We saw some heavy clouds, but hopefully they've dissipated. Boys would be enjoying these mild conditions. you can get some very hot days here in late February, but at the moment it's nice and mild. A little bit of a breeze and they're enjoying it. People on the pleasure craft out there following the row, enjoying watching the races. Starting to get a little bit noisier on those boats as we close into to lunchtime, and champagne corks and start popping. Fairly tight racing here in the school's first four, second division of the first four. Kings in lane one are keeping the two more slightly favoured crews very honest here in lane one. It's going to be a keenly fought second place in this second position in this final. So all crews have straightened. The first three crews are straightened now. Newington have picked up the rate now as they were being challenged by both Shaw and Kings. This is going to be one of the tighter races of the day. Is Newington in front. Kings along the inside. Shaw punching away there in third. All three crews picking up their rate inside the last 150 metres. Kings have done very well there in lane one. They're holding a slight advantage back to Shaw. Newington pressing them for second. It's going to be a very tight finish here for the school's first four, for the first two crews to go through. It's Kings in front, Shaw in second, Newington closing on both. But it appears it'll be Kings over there in lane one. We'll hold on for first. Back to Shaw, then to Newington. And Grammar will come at fourth. So the first two crews there for into the A final. That's the crew from Kings. Aston Purden, Nicholas Witheridge, Ashan Shalika, Wilbur Blaxland, Hugo First the Cox. They're coached by Robert Black. Second place, Shaw. That's Matthew Durbridge, Noah Holt, Jackson Bowers, Max Guild, Jeremy Warburton is the Cox. Newington in third, Archie Gillis, Angus Whiteman, Angus Moses, AJ Whitnell, Oliver Lau, coached by Jobo Kerr, and Grammar there in fourth, Jack Sproats, Finn Brownlow Zerson, Daniel Maynard, Stuart Goldsack, Bryn Potter's the Cox, and they're coached by Peter Stroud. So that's a much improved row there by the Kings first four from previous regattas. So they'll be delighted there to qualify and to go into the A final here today. We've got the first semi of the school's second eight. Again, first two through to the final. St Joseph's in one, Saint Ignatius in two, Shaw in three, Sydney Boys High in 4.
You read that one coming out, yeah? There's that, and you can probably say what the date is. Good idea, though.
Shaw over there in lane 3 in front. Main danger seems to be coming from the crew from Saint Ignatius in 2. Back to St Joseph's and then Sydney Boys High over there in lane 4. Again, there's going to be some very tight racing here to qualify for the A final. Shaw holding a good advantage, but the two crews will get the benefit of the camber on the corner, which will be St Joseph's and Saint Ignatius. And looks like the umpires just asked the Saint Ignatius crew just to move a little bit off Joey's there, give them all a chance to turn this corner. These are, there's about a ton of boat going at around 20k an hour. It's not an easy thing to get your line right on these corners, so the coxswains do a great job here. Shore turning first. Saint Ignatius in second, and then St Joseph's in third. Again, this is another impressive 8 from the Shore School. Cox's Strakes lifted the rate there. He just wants to give a little bit more distance between their crew and the crew from Saint Ignatius, and as I speak, they take about another quarter of a length. It's a big crew, and they're a length and a half in front of Saint Ignatius. Again, they've just eased off the rate a little bit. They're going to hold St Joseph's comfortably at bay. It'll be Shore through into the A final by about a length and a half. Saint Ignatius in second. St Joseph's in third, and then it'll be back to the crew from Sydney Boys High. That crew from Shore: William Wolfe, Lachlan Thorpe, Max Deutsch, Hunter Shepherd, George Chapman, Harry Scrambler, Lockie Clayton, Henry Collins, James Smith the Cox. They're coached by Peter Closter. St Ignatius: Jack Stone, Heesh, Patrick Eger, Oscar Berigi, Rex Collins, Andrew Kelly, Timothy Sequel, James Whiting, Marcus Bambi Giotti, Max Watkins is the Cox, coached by Matt Curtin, who's another ex-Joe Boy coaching over here at St Ignatius. Third there, St Joseph's: Henry Moore, Tom Summers, Jackson Gersoy, Matthew McCulloch, Henry Worrell, Ryan Zorner, Xander Phillips, Oscar Crow, Jake Cridland's the Cox. They're coached by Will O'Connell and Michael Lane. Sydney Boys High in third, Nikolai Shekochkin, Adam Davies, Gigi Zhang, Ivan Samsonov, Alexander Gertis, Thomas Britton, Leon Chow, Kevin Chen, and they're coxed by Leon Chai. Heat 2 of the school second 8 coming down the river now. Grammar in 1, Newington in 2, Scots in 3, and Kings in 4. This will be a keenly fought race. First two will join Shore and Saint Ignatius in the A final a bit later on, and Scots that'll turn first, getting pressed by both Newington and Kings. Grammar rowing a bold race there over there in lane 1, and they'll press the other two crews as they come inside the final 400. It's a very impressive row by this Scots crew. He's taken it up a couple of points, the stroke, and they've found around another quarter of a length there. Getting plenty of run out of their boat. Really tight battle for second. Scots is going to find themselves into the final. Rode a very impressive controlled race. Kings pressing for second. Newington need to find something inside the last 50 metres, but Kings are holding them at bay. Scots first. They'll go to the A final. Kings will hold second. Newington third. And Grammar in fourth. So that was a very tight run race there in the school's second 8. We've got a men's open 8 race soon, and some of the first 8s would have had to have gone, almost finished their race and gone straight back around to the start to row that. They're under starters' orders at the moment. I'll just read these names out because this crew from Scots will go through the A final. Flynn Rowlands, Henry Murfitt, William Jenkins, Jack Brunn, Oliver Black, Luca Matani, Samuel McKidd, Samuel Hughes, Jack Ohms, the Cox. They're coached by Dustin Butler. The crew from Kings, Noah Bradford, James Farrington, Hunter Gillies, Jack Abbott, Nicholas Horn, Alexander Krause, Louis Gilder, Nicholas Whalen, Campbell Wilson's the Cox. They're coached by Jack Cook. Newington, Angus Dunstan, Tom Hurst, Jeremy Webb, Max Elliott, Thomas McLean, Jack Callanan, Callan Latham, Henry Taylor. Dominic Navati's the Cox. They're coached by Curtis Thomas and Ralph Hobbs. Grammar, Robert Russell, Mackley Stalker, Henry Wilson, Andrew Brennan, Alex Wenzel, William Pollier, Jared Bresniak, Gillian Herver, Nicholas Johnston, coached by John Russell, and Alan Phillips. They will go into the B final with Newington. Scots and Kings will go through to the A final where they will join Saint Ignatius and Shaw. Someone want to do the open?
Yeah, no, you do the open. Coming down, I'll read some comments and. Just a couple more comments coming through on the live stream. Matt Lindemann, congrats on the wonderful use of technologies to get GPS rowing to the homes of country people. Could not agree more, Matt. Thanks very much for your support. Max Burke, come on Ignatius. And KM Somerville, everyone please request to attend Head of the River 2021. Community, state and international sporting events are allowed. CIRC, which is the Sydney International Rowing Centre, is big enough and outside. Rowing community, let's support the schools. The GPS Head of the River and the New South Wales Schoolboy Head of the River is on the 13th of March 2021. They're both on the same day, that and the Schoolboy Head of the River. Therefore, I don't know if there's a clash, and I don't know what the thing is. I don't know what the issue with spectators will be. But please have a look on Rowing New South Wales and get in contact. It'd be great. Daniel Carr, go Henry Collins. And Matt Lindemann, Kings won the first 8 in 84, Shaw won the second 8 in 84, Shaw won the first 8 in 85, Joey second, Kings third. Shaw a very good crew in 85 and the first use of carbon fibre oars. Which I'm not too sure which regatta you're referring to there, Matt. You'll have to comment again of which one you are referring to, because the Gold Cup in 84 was won by Mossman Rowing Club and 85 Sydney Uni Boat Club. But I think you might be referring to the Head of the River, and I'll get my resident fact checker to check that.
Thanks,
Gina
Josh.
Blackwell, go UTS, and Gina Blackwell, Grammar won the first 8 in 2011, and that, I think Gina's referring to the Head of the River, Grammar's first win at the Head of the River in a very long time that was, and a great row by that crew.
Thanks, Josh. Turning our attention back up the course now, we have race 48, the Men's Open 8, Heat 1. And so with this heat and the second heat, which will be straight after it, is the 5 fastest crews based on time that'll head through to the Men's Open 8 final, competing for the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. Supposed to have 5 entrants in this race, but looks as if Saint Ignatius and Lane 1 have been scratched. So as they make their way now to the final 250 metres, it'll be Sydney University 1 in Lane 3 with about a length to 2 length lead back to Sydney Rowing Club 2 in second, followed by St Joseph's and then Sydney Boys High. So as is usually the case, the university and club crews with that extra experience and being a couple of years older as well really do dominate these open races. So Sydney University 1 looking very strong here. And you have to say, based on times, they'd be through to the final, along with Sydney Rowing 2. And St Joseph's might just sneak in depending on the times of our second heat. But that Sydney University 1 crew, that's Wyatt Batt, Nick Rath, Marcus Britt, Elliot Simpson, Tom Anderson, Devlin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, Henry Ryan, Danielle Pettit is the Cox, coaches Thomas Lowrich, Christopher Holliday and Donald McLaughlin. Sydney Boys High finishing 4th there. Sydney Rowing 2, that was Gabriel Carmody, Gordon Applecrin, Declan Glendenning, Harry Cox, Angus Aitken, Max Pearce, Finn Hancock, Thomas Hart, William Downey's the Cox. Coaches Donovan Sheck and Shane Mulvaney. And then St. Joseph's in third place. Jack McDonald, Riley Murphy, Joe Phillips, Quinn Dickinson, James Fredrickson, Charlie Hine, Oliver Maroulis, Maxim Maloney, Xavier Horton's the Cox. Coaches David Gelly and Charles Rowe. So you'd say, you'd be pretty confident that Sydney University definitely and Sydney Uni 2 would be through to that A final. And possibly St. Joseph's based on the times that we have coming up in Heat 2, which is well and truly underway.
Just a few more comments that are coming through. Matt just confirming that it was the head of the river that Kings won in 84 and Shaw won the second 8 in 84 as well. And then the first 8 in 85. First use of carbon fibre oars, apparently.
There you go.
Thank you, Matt. Will Patterson, yeah, the boys, go view you. Justin Bater, go Shaw, terrific race, 9-6 quads, well done, Ollie Betar. Go Henry B from UTS from Gina, and good on you, Sydney Uni, from Belinda Whiteley.
There you go. Once again, supposed to have 5 entrants in this heat, but we've only got 4 crews coming down the course. I can see Newington in lane 1, Sydney Rowing Club crew 1 in lane 2. Sydney University 2 in lane 3. And then UTS in lane 4, which means UTS in lane 5, which means Mossman Rowing Club that's supposed to take lane 4 has not raced. But as they come around the bend now, it's Sydney University number 1 with a clear lead back to UTS, who have crossed lanes with Sydney University 2 a bit further back. But you'd have to say, based on previous year's results, it'll be a battle between the Sydney Rowing Club number 1 crew and the Sydney University number 1 crew that'll battle it out in the final of the Men's Open 8 later in the afternoon. But UTS as well in second place, putting in a very, very strong effort. And then it'll be between this Newington crew that'll finish third and the St. Joseph's crew that finished third in our last race, you'd say, be between those two crews for the final spot in the Men's Open 8 final. But Sydney Rowing Club winning there by a length back to the UTS crew. And then another 3 to 4 lengths back to Newington and then the Sydney University number 2 crew. So that Sydney Rowing Club crew was Shane Mulvaney, Henry Furrer, Andy Hoffman, Harry Crouch, Bradley Graham, Alex Nickel, Alexander Potter, Turin Olsen, Harry Keenan's the Cox, coaches Donovan Sheck and Shane Mulvaney. Back to UTS. So that was Michael McRae, Henry Blackwell, Lachlan Roach, Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams, Matthew Curtin, Luca Roncolado, Alexander Wood, and coxed by Anna O'Hanlon. And then Newington in third place. Charlie Carr, Sam Bristow, Leo Burkett Doyle, Alexander Page, Hamish Danks, Harvey Jones, Hugo Hobbs, Hugh Harvey, Ben Dewhurst is the Cox, coaches Christopher Holliday and Carl Schmidt. I'll pass over to Josh DeAngelis as we wait for the official results from the 2 heats of the Men's Open 8s to see who our 5 finalists will be for our final race of the day.
No worries. Firecracker Films YouTuber Matt Lindemann is now commenters commenting with each other. Fantastic to see this, interacting with each other. Head of the review are totally correct. Firecracker before was talking about the Riverview Gold Cup, first date in 1984. And then Sarah Taylor says, go Sydney Uni. I've just got some time. I've got an official time for that Sydney University crew, the Men's Open 8 in race 48. I'm still waiting on the results to come through from the other one in terms of times, but it was Sydney University with a time of 4:06.98, which is not the fastest 8 time that we've seen today. It is obviously, as we discussed before, not sometimes relevant to compare times, but just as a point of reference, it's not the fastest 8 time that we've seen today, so that makes for a pretty good race we might see in the Men's Open 8 final. So that's just confirming there the Sydney University 1 crew in first place with a time of 4:06.98. In second place, Sydney 2 with a time of 4 minutes and 14 seconds. St Joseph's 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Sydney Boys High 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Saint Ignatius did not start. And then the official time for the men's Open 8 in Heat 2. Sydney Rowing Club number 1 of a time of 4 minutes. Second place UTS with a time of 4:03. Third place Newington with a time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds, 0.58, and fourth Sydney University 2, 4:18.15. The 5 fastest group will reach the final. Therefore, it will be Sydney Rowing Club number 1, UTS, Sydney University 1.
Scroll all the way down the bottom, see if they've got the. No, like up.
Oh, right.
Down, yeah. See if they've
Might have been updated. Correct.
Yeah, let me go see if they've got a lane for it.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, lovely.
Yep, so race 67, which is the final, the men's Open 8 competing for the Gold Cup. That's just confirming that it will be Newington in lane 1, lane 2 UTS, lane 3 Sydney Rowing Club number 1, lane 4 Sydney University 1, and lane 5 Sydney Rowing Club 2. They'll be competing for the Riverview Gold Cup.
That ends this morning's rowing program. We now have a lunch break, which will run for about 50 minutes, and then we'll be back with the finals of the Year 10-8s, the School 4s, the School Second 8, and then the Women's Open 8 and Men's Open 8 races.
Thanks very much for joining us on the live stream. Please keep up and please keep commenting whilst you're here, whilst we're away on our break. Just a comment that came through just then, which was from T. Morgan. Special and big thank you for Dan Noonan from Riverview running another great day. I couldn't agree more. Dan Noonan is the head of rowing at Riverview. Thanks very much for all the work you're doing behind the scenes and obviously on the day today up on the start line. And then Matt Lindemann as well. You remember the crews that beat you and the crews that you defeat. That was in response to Firecracker Films YouTube talking about the head of the river in the Gold Cup in 1984. So thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, ladies, as well for joining in. Please keep commenting, keep talking. We'll get back to it once we've come back from our break, and thanks very much for joining us. Can we mute the mic?
move the mic down to here.
Just might be in the way of the camera.
That shot, yeah.
That's all right. That's okay, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's all right.
That one, sorry, I'm going to call up from here, aren't I? I'm just doing an intro. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Saint Ignatius College Rowing Club 137th Gold Cup Regatta. It was 101 years ago today that the Spanish flu unfortunately denied spectators the right to come to the Riverview foreshore to see that edition of the 1919 Gold Cup. And so here we are, 101 years later, doing the same. Unfortunately, not allowed any spectators here due to the COVID-19 pandemic on the foreshore, but as you can see on your screens, there's a myriad of supporters out here, all barracking for whichever school they wanted to support and also supporting schoolboy rowing throughout New South Wales. On behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw and Dr. Paul Heim, we'd like to welcome you to Riverview, where we are right now is at Covert Cottage, watching up, all the way up through past the Greenwich and then coming down to in front of the foreshore right here. Welcome. Current weather at the moment is around about 26 degrees, partly cloudy. Hasn't been much wind, rain's been on and off, but it's pretty humid, and with the heating conditions getting a little bit hotter during the day. If you are joining us online, welcome. Thanks very much for being here. You can comment, you can talk to us. We're more than happy to have a conversation with you on YouTube. If you leave a comment, we'll give you a shout out, ask questions. We've had a bit of action before since the lunch break. And I'm just going to read through them now. So we've got Andrew Gannon. Gano, thanks for tuning in, mate. Who remembers the 97 Gold Cup Riverview win? Dan Noonan in the stroke seat, nothing under 40 the whole way down the track, coached by Mike Doyle. Special moment. Mike Doyle and Andrew Gannon coached in 2018 and Riverview won the Head of the River after 47 years. So thanks, Gano, for being a part of this and chipping in. CBD Storage. A question. Have school first eights won the Gold Cup and the school first eight on the same day? Now, during the break, I asked my resident statistician and fact checker, and apparently the stats show that they actually introduced the Schoolboy Gold Cup because the schoolboy first eight race, because the Gold Cup wasn't actually being won by any schoolboys. So to my knowledge, no, the last school to win the Gold Cup was Shaw in 2004. But we'll get back to you with that. I'm now going to hand over to Peter, who's just going to give you the call for the school Year 10 Third 8 race number 50 B final.
Thanks, Josh. Good on you. Welcome back, everybody, after the lunch and adjournment. We've got two crews coming down the river here in the B final of the school Year 10 Third 8. That's Grammar there in lane 2 and Newington in 3. And there's not much between these two crews as they come down the river. Interesting, Josh, talking about what happened at this regatta 101 years ago. It's interesting how history repeats, but at least now those watching at home or out and about, have the benefit of this live stream to see, and so hopefully we can bring a little bit of the atmosphere to you. But it absolutely, as Josh mentioned, absolutely perfect conditions here. Usually get a very brisk nor'easter this time of year coming down the course. We haven't got that. We've got a very mild, sort of easterly, and I'm sure the boys are enjoying these conditions. It's allowing them to get their oars in and out of the water pretty quickly. There's not a lot of traffic out there. All the boats seem to be parked. There's no washers, so enjoying that as they come down the river. And as I speak, again, a close race here between Newington and Grammar here in the B final of the third Year 10-8. Newington holding a slender lead. Grammar Coxon's just about to start the turn. They'll get a little bit of a kick as they come around the corner. This is going to be a closely fought race in the B final of the schools U10 third 8. Both these crews will also row up at the head of the river on the 13th of March. Great to see more than 2 or 3 crews now in the U10 third 8, showing some great depth in school rowing. And this Newington crew's holding around about a length back to Grammar. They're just coming past a couple of the Newington supporter boats, which will give them a little bit of a kick inside the last 100. But really enjoying these flat conditions here, close to the finish line. They got 150 metres to go, and have probably extended their lead by around about a quarter of a length. They're out now to 2 lengths. Stroker's making sure his crew row it right out to the finish. And they're going to win the B final quite comfortably by about 2 lengths back to the crew from Sydney Grammar. So that Newington crew, Rowan Barsha, Rishi Kumar, Zach Foreman, Anders Koskela, Jesse Gordon, Caden Hassan, Zach Kingston, Samuel Morsley, Billy Negri's the Cox, coached by Alex Nicol and Howard Goodall. Grammar, Ewan Watt, Matthew Stout, Jeffrey Lynn, Angus Gow, Fletcher Platt, Oliver Snow, Ben Stubbs, Golston, Eric Steamers, William Chambers, the Cox. They're coached by Christopher Island and Stephen Tong. So the A final of this third U10 8 coming down the river now. Crew from Saint Ignatius holding a slight advantage. To the crew from St Joseph's coming up the inside there in lane 1. It's going to be tight on that corner. Kings are trying to follow Saint Ignatius around the corner. Saint Ignatius straightened in front. Their biggest challenge is probably going to come from the Shaw School over here in lane 4. Shaw School are putting the pressure now on this Saint Ignatius crew. St Joseph's and Kings fallen back slightly. They're back to 3rd and 4th. But it's Saint Ignatius in front. There are some Saint Ignatius supporters out there on the boats, and I'm sure these young men will be able to hear that cheering. They're holding Shaw off by around about 3/4 of a length in this bright yellow boat. Still holding a comfortable length, though. Saint Ignatius will win the A final of the third U10 8. Shaw have done a very good second half of the race to finish 2nd. St Joseph's in 3rd, and Kings back in 4th. So there's a lot of excitement in that Saint Ignatius crew. Very exciting for them to win on their home regatta. That's a crew of Zachary Nandel, Alexander Harper, Julian Samore, Gabriel Turner, Benjamin Noble, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, Cox by Max Fallon, coached by Simon Kenderers. Second place there was Shaw, Jesse Cochran, Jack McRae, Lachlan May Shoot, Toby Campbell, Samuel Ewandale, Adam Watson, James Collier, Milo Hogarth Scott, and coxed by Hamish Longstaff. Joey's in 3rd, Massimo Farnese, Alex Brazil, Marcus Opie, Fraser Dickinson, Frederick Mead, Max Downs, Thomas Spagoni, William Sharp, Oscar Crawford's coxing, coached by Matthew Corrigan and Matt Courtney, and John Reading is helping out with the coaching there of this school U10 third 8. So some young coaches and some very experienced coaches there in John Reading. Kings crew Angus Smith, Simon Niverson, Sam Gall, Benji Mackay, Samuel Hill, Jack Bell, Archie McLean, Lachlan Horn, Tom Bell's the Cox. We've got the B final of the school's second U10 8 coming down the river here. Grammar in 1, Newington in 2, Scots in 3, Sydney Boys High in 4.
I will just jump in quickly there, and I was just referencing Andrew Gannon talking about the 97 Gold Cup. If you go onto SIC Riverview's Instagram page, you can actually see a picture of that Riverview crew and the Gold Cup that they're hoisting up, held by Dan Noonan there, who was the stroke at the time. So if you want to look at, want to have a bit of a laugh at the now MIC of rowing, go on to SIC Riverview and have a look at the 97 Gold Cup winning crew. That won the Gold Cup in '97. I've also got a shout out from Jane Stewart, Uncle David in quarantine in London, watching George Daly at Joey's. Thank you, Uncle David. Hope you're doing well over there in quarantine in London.
Just can't see the Grammar crew out here in this race. So in the B final, it's Newington in 2, Scots in 3, and Sydney Boys High in 4, although they've sort of headed back to about lane 3 as you look down the river. Newington holding a fairly comfortable lead as they come to the point of the turn here. Great to hear all these comments coming back from overseas, and again, I'm glad we can bring a little bit of this across the various oceans, and particularly I know a lot of people watching in regional New South Wales, regional Australia. Great opportunity to see your friends and relatives out here on the water today.
Cheers.
You got technical issues?
Yeah, I can't get it on my phone either.
No, neither. It cuts out.
They didn't come up. This stopped on the screen. Can they hear? That boat's moving on your screen.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe not.
I think it's back now. I think there might have been slight issues
Okay.
before. I think we're fine now.
Okay, we might have had a couple of kinks there in the live stream, I'm hearing, but we seem to be back on board now. Okay, so we're so wouldn't have mattered in that race there with either Scots or High because they weren't judged in that race, so you won't see a time against them due to something that happened up at the start. So Newington pretty much a walkover there, although it was a keenly rowed race. We've got the B final here of the A final here of the school Year 10 second 8. St Joseph's holding a slight advantage. King's now surging through in lane 2. These coxswains are taking some aggressive lines here. St Joseph's turn in front, but Kings will press them from lane 2. We've got Shaw and St Ignatius finding out 3rd and 4th. St Joseph's in front. Kings are now pressing them as they come inside the last 200 metres. Ooh, a couple of washouts there on the stroke side of the Kings boat, which has allowed St Joseph's just to hold that momentum. Kings now regaining their boat speed. This is going to be a very close finish. St Joseph's in front. The stroke has gone for another point or two inside the last 150. St Joseph's holding around about half a bow. They're probably taking another seat inside the last 50 metres. St Joseph's just to Kings. Very tight race for 3rd. Saint Ignatius just ahead of Kings, but we'll wait for the official notification there. But across the line, I've got St Joseph's first. King second, Shaw third, and Saint Ignatius third, Shaw fourth.
Yeah, just waiting for the update. So they've switched. This mic's been switched off now.
We'll just wait for official notification there on that result.
Still waiting.
Of that one that just went past.
Yeah, 53. Oh, here we go. There it is.
0.72.
Yeah, Joey's Kings, Ignatius Shaw.
Yeah, so across the line there, St Joseph's first, King second, St Ignatius third, Shaw fourth. And a very tightly raced A final of the school's Year 10-8. At St Joseph's crew, Alex Quick, Aston Looker, Kobe Ashby, Nicholas Newsom, Jack Cullen, Xavier Ball, Ashton Courtney, Will Bensley, Alexander Phillips Cox. They're coached by Benjamin Wiley. Kings, James Davis, Peter Zergis, Oliver Bucknell, James Byrne, Thomas Engsel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Costello, Lachlan Wong, Thomas Seaton Cooper's the Cox. Third place there, St Ignatius, Angus McKinnon, Matt Collins, Flynn English, William Petchell, Charlie Sang, Thomas Harrop, Angus McCaffrey, Harrison Loiterton, Nicholas Hydes Cox, coached by Angus Moore, and Shaw, Joel Fenwick, Max McAlpine, Fred Loxton, Remy Cameron, Lawson Banks, Tom Westwood, Oscar Mulbauer, Archie Parker, Sam Warburton's the Cox, and coached by Jeffrey Stewart. We've got the B final of the Year 10-8 coming down the river now. We've got Shaw holding a comfortable lead there in lane 2. Back to Scott's, then Grammar, and then Sydney Boys High. Shaw increasing their lead as they come inside the last 300 metres. And they'll win this B final of the first Year 10-8 by a comfortable margin. Back to Scott's in second. Grammar in third. And it'll be the crew from Sydney Boys High in fourth. A crew from Shaw, Blake Fight, Oscar Mulbauer, Tom Galligan, Tom Harbo, Corey Sloan, Tom Hebblewhite, Thomas Waite, Will Clubb, Luke Chopra, coached by Tim Morrison. Scott's, Maxwell Halliday, Ned Houghton, George Teffrey, Iwo Ellis, Tybo Linton, Jock Mailer, Angus Tremlett, George Calagiros, William Chang's the Cox, coached by Chris James. Grammar Todd Potter, Tobias Wilmer, James Island, Charlie Balderstone, Paul Bradakis, Jack Burt, Hunter Hyde, Nicholas Ryan, Christopher Lebry's the Cox, coached by Kim Mackney. Sydney Boys High, Ryan Jow, Oscar Chen, Aditya Charma, Zhangbo Wang, Samuel Choi, Jack Wang, Fraser Waite, Saxon Gersel, Mark Chen's the Cox.
So you're at second close as well.
Second.
Read out any more stuff if you're right.
Yeah. A little bit.
It's gone again. I don't have the right thing to go down to one mic, so I'm going to try and bring it up, but I need...
It's a good Kings Year 10-8.
Come on, View. I think we're back up. If you want to.
Okay, we've had some technical difficulties. We're just in time here for the last 200 metres of the school Year 10 first 8. We've got Kings holding a slender advantage to Saint Ignatius. But Saint Ignatius now are pressing along the inside lane, picking up Kings with every stroke. They're going bow ball to bow ball inside the last 100 metres. Plenty of cheering from the big boat nearby. It would be Saint Ignatius just in front. And I would think Saint Ignatius just over the King's School. but I'll leave that to the judges. St Joseph's third, Newington in fourth.
Far out.
There is a bow ball in it.
That's too close to call that one.
Yeah, it was.
I called Saint Ignatius across the line, but I will wait for official notification.
Yeah, it was straight.
Sometimes on this course, lane one on the finish line is a slight advantage.
Okay, that's been cancelled. What is it? B final of the 4-4. So B final of the 4-4 has been cancelled.
Okay.
So the next race, so I go straight to the A final. I'll give you the results as soon as I know.
Okay, so those waiting for the next race, which would be the B final of the School 4-4, that's been cancelled. The next race will be the A final of the School 4.
Yeah.
So there'll be no race 56, there'll be race 57. So a slight break in commentary here. That'll give us time to recalibrate the School First Year 10A.
Come on.
Yeah, I think they just did, but it was. There it goes.
Usually keep clicking between. Wait for the call to come through.
Just a few comments. It's like directly feeding, but it's not streaming.
Still checking if we have audio here. Still checking if we have audio here.
I think we're back on.
And we're back on here with audio. I was just reading out the results of the School Year 10 First Aid. It looks as if that was missed. We might have been having some technical issues. But in that tightly contested race, that was race 55, the School Year 10 First Aid A final, it was Kings who won with a time of 4 minutes 15.55. Back to Saint Ignatius in second with a time of 4 minutes 15.93. So a margin of 0.38 in it. That was Angus Murrell, Ben McKenna, Felix Douglas, Cameron Webster, Alex Bush, Tom Watts, Julian Burke, Daniel Wall, Cox by Sebastian Kladnig, coaches Harrison Randall and Stephen Edwards. That was the Kings crew that won that race. And then Saint Ignatius, who came second, Willie Ryan, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker, Oliver McCall, Jack Power, Liam Sullivan, James O'Meara, Luca Malozzi, Cox Edward Thorpe, coach Ollie Smith. And then we had St. Joseph's and Newington. St. Joseph's were an invitation into that race, and Newington were not judged. I'll hand back to Peter now for the call of race 57, the A final of the school 4th 4. Don't forget to send in your comments throughout the day.
I think they missed my bit as well. Anyway, so I'll go back on page.
We're going to get a slight gap between this. You get a chance to do that. So we've got the A final of the school's 4th 4. We may have been off the air when I mentioned before the B final was cancelled. So this is race 57, school 4th 4A final. Newington holding a comfortable lead. Riverview holding a comfortable lead as they come to the corner. Dave Dillon, coach crew, had success in some of the recent regattas. Is holding a commanding lead as they turn for home on their home course. Getting plenty of support from the boats around the corner there, including some other Saint Ignatius crews heading back to their boat shed, but they're holding a commanding lead in this school's 4th 4. Shaw and St. Joseph's battling out second. The Saint Ignatius crews really love stepping up at their home regatta, and that's what this 4th 4 is doing. They're not backing off, they're pressing right out to the finish line. Quite a big crew. Plenty of power getting generated. Sitting at a rate of around 33. 3 or 4 strokes to go. Saint Ignatius will win the school's 4th 4, and they're delighted. Second, the crew from Shaw, just ahead of the crew for St. Joseph's, and Kings will be in 4th position.
What does not judge mean?
I just asked in
So when we're saying not judged, or people withdrawing out of races, or not timed, it means an infraction's happened at the start for one reason or another, and I think that's a question that's come through on the web stream.
Maybe they clarified not judged was after you finish the race. If you're not judged, it's an infringement that occurs.
Okay, so there's infringements either down the course or at the start. So they're quite strict on it, these officials, but it's part and parcel of safe rowing. School's 4th 4 winners: Saint Ignatius number 1 crew Joseph Maguire, Jago Lambert, John Ray, Tom O'Meara, Ben Leonard's the Cox, and they're coached by Dave Dillon. Shaw, Edward Ellis, Benjamin Duddy, Oliver James, Charlie Fredericks, Brian Wong's the Cox, coached by Werner Pinar. St. Joseph's, Jackson Basher, Max Palencia, Ryan Kine Trindle, Julian Fitzgerald, coxed by Gabriel Lucciarelli, coached by Charlie Patterson and brother Anthony Boyd. And back there in 4th position was a crew from Kings: Zachary Harris, Tim Burke, Henry Cox, George Kerr, Henry Fagans the Cox. We've got the B final of the school 4-4 coming down the river now. 3 crews in this race, and looks like they've all started. Sydney Boys High in 1, St. Joseph's in 2, Newington out there in lane 3. To read out some more comments if you want. If you've got anything else coming through, we've got a half a minute before they get to the corner.
Yeah. Thanks everyone that's joining us on the live stream here. As I've said before, we're all very much enjoying the conversations that we're having online. So please keep sending in your questions. Jenny, just in terms of not judged, as opposed to a disqualification which happens in the race, not judged just happens anywhere outside of the race. That's basically the technical difference. Katrina Hayup says, go View. And DJ Stewart and Davina Deegan says, go Joey. So thanks very much for all your support. If you'd like a shout out, please let us know. As I said before, we love the correspondence that we're getting from here. And I think it's probably also a good opportunity to thank you for all the work that's gone on during the day from the audience.
So as we come here through in the B final of the school's third four, St Joseph's in front. They're holding quite a comfortable lead back to Newington and then Grammar. Hot on their heels will be the A final. They've also begun, as you may be able to see on your screens. They're probably 200 metres into their race. But this St Joseph's third four, holding a comfortable lead as they come around the point with 200 metres to go. I may have been slightly disappointed to miss out on the A final, but they're making up for it with quite a commanding row in this B final. I'm sure Brother Anthony and Charlie Patterson would be wanting them to put forward a very strong time and to row it right through to the finish, which is indeed what they're doing. So St Joseph's will win this B final, the third four, quite comfortably. Newington holding Sydney High for second and third. But as they come inside the last 50 metres, it is the crew from St Joseph's who are going to cross the line first in the school's B final, the school's third four. Newington are going to finish in second and High in third. That crew for St Joseph's: Joseph Gazelle, Harry Dunn, Nicholas Costigan, Marcus Renshaw, William Ryan's a Cox, coached by Charlie Patterson, Brother Anthony Boyd, Newington George Cooney, David Dowse, Mackenzie Shepherd, Michael Chen, Henry Loser Cox. They're coached by Jessica Christian and Tim Christian. Sydney Boys High, Karan Vyas, James Way, Jivan Naganathan, Antoine Ewan, Danny Pan's the Cox. So well done there. And I did notice in St Joseph's there's a number of names that have had long associations with St Joseph's College in that crew, sons and grandsons of old boys. And coached by a couple of old boys. We've got the A final of the school third four coming down the river now. And again, this seems to be getting fought out in the middle of the river between the crews from the Shore School and Saint Ignatius. Scots and Kings back in third and fourth. Although Scots is making more ground along lane one there, and we'll get a little bit of a sling as they come around the corner. Shore have turned in front. They've got plenty of momentum. St Ignatius just making the corner now. They've straightened up, and they're going to try and peg back this 1.5 length lead. But it is Shore in front. The effort's coming from Saint Ignatius. As I speak, their strokes up the rate now to around about 35 strokes. Shore, looking back, is meeting that challenge. A Shore stroke. He's taking his crew up to around about 36. And as the race is going further on, they're starting to increase their margin. Plenty of power generating out of the middle of that boat. And they will cross the line and win the A final of the school's third four. They were chased all the way by the crew from St Ignatius in second. Scots in third. Sydney Boys High the King's School there in fourth. So that crew from Shore: James McCready, Nick Mather, Alex Knappen, Daniel Fatsees, Will Hardings, the Cox, coached by Werner Pinar. St Ignatius: Jack Bannerman, Flynn Wilkinson, James McNamee, Fabrizio Antonelli, Harry Grants, the Cox, coached by Dave Dillon. Scots: Louis Moe, Christopher Sassine, William Farquhar, Milo Atkinson. Zakin Hugewell is the Cox, coached by Bede Clark. Kings: Jack Hurst, Max Morgan, Thomas Boland, William Maslin, coxed by Tom Gavel.
Loving the comments that are coming through on the live stream. Plenty of love for Shore out there from Cam Thurgood. Shout out to the mighty 38 boys from Shore and Big Brash in the Cox seat. And a lovely bit of trivia and family history here from Ian Leonard. Obviously talking about his son, or one of his relatives, Ben, Ben Leonard, who was the coxswain in the 4th for View. but won the A final. Exactly 70 years after his grandfather in the Riverview first date in 1951, and 106 years after his great-grandfather won for Riverview in 1915 in the first Clinker Four. So some great family history there for the Leonard family. I know that means a lot as someone who is the third generation in his family who's been involved in the sport. It's great to see that history and that sport taken up by people right throughout the generations there. So great to see. Lovely bit of family history there for the Leonard family.
In 1915, Enterprise won the Enterprise.
Do you want to call this one? It's coming down. So this will be second 4B final.
So just coming down the river now is his school second 4B final. That is race number 60. In lane 1 we have Grammar, lane 2 Saint Ignatius, and lane 3 Newington. Currently we have Saint Ignatius out of lane 2 in the lead. Have a comfortable lead over Newington College in lane 3. It's probably about a boat length or 2 boat lengths between them, splitting them all the way back to Grammar in lane 1. Saint Ignatius have had the added advantage of having to come around inside the pylon, whereas Newington have had to go around the buoy. But at this stage, at the red marker, which usually signifies about 200 to 150 metres to go, it's Saint Ignatius in the lead over Newington. The Saint Ignatius crew looking pretty comfortable in front of Newington, but being pushed pretty hard. The Newington stroke seemed to have upped the rate a little bit more to try and put on a last ditch push against Saint Ignatius. But Saint Ignatius looking very comfortable, very relaxed. All going in and coming out together at the same time. And it will be Saint Ignatius out of lane 2 taking out the school second 4B final. Race number 60 back to Newington and then Grammar. Saint Ignatius is Juan Kroll, Samuel Griffin, Thomas Dredge, Nicholas Lowry, Sam Kearney is the cox, and coached by Pete Warren. Newington in second, that's Cameron Rennie, Gabriel Collingwood, Henry Beasel, Ryan Gleeson, and Blake Dewhurst the cox, coached by Jessica Christian and Tim Christian. And Grammar is just coming over the line just about now. That crew is Jack Lockhart, Damon Dyer, Taj Astil, Jashun Dugal, Jeremy Hose the cox, and they're coached by Kenneth Major.
Thanks, Josh. We've got the A final now, the school second 4 coming down the river. And it's for the University of New South Wales trophy, and the current holder is the Shore School for the school's second 4. Quite a good battle out here in lanes 3 and 4. St Joseph's out there in 4, Shore and Scots College in 3. Shore in 2. King's there in 1. Marshall's just given them a little bit more space there to come through. Scott's Cox is going to have to change his tack as we get to the corner. You can just make out on your screens there. There's a buoy there in the middle of the river there near the pylon, although they've actually gone the inside of that particular buoy. But have built up a big enough lead there to cross. St Joseph's now is chasing them inside the last 200 metres. But it is crew from Scots College trying to win the University of New South Wales trophy here for the school's second 4. Increase of rate now coming for the St Joseph's crew as they're going to try and press this Scots crew over the last 200 metres. But Scots holding around about 3/4 of a length, maybe a little bit further as they come inside the last 150 metres. Shore have moved along quite nicely there in lane 2, and they'll try and get closer to St Joseph's over the last 100 metres, but it is the Scots College in front. Rode a very impressive heat this morning and to follow that up with a very strong row here in the final. And they're going to win by around about 1.25 lengths. St Joseph's will hold on to second. Shaw will finish third and Kings will finish fourth. In the A final, the school second four for the University of New South Wales Trophy. It's crew from Scots, Jacob Alcock, William Kelly, Olaf Muller, Jake Del Menico, Addison Lowe's, the Cox, coached by Edward Manton. In second place in that race was St Joseph's, William Tarlington, George Daly, Sebastian Castaldi, Thomas Madden, Patrick Grundy's the Cox, coached by George Davis. Shaw, Charlie Black, Finn Oxenham, Charlie Marshall, Drac Drummond, George Bishop's the Cox, they're coached by Mike Doyle. Kings, Alexander Vertsaius, Angus Wickham, Callan James, Sam Thompson, Max Collis is the Cox. They're coached by Robert Black. Got the B final of the school's first four coming down the river now. Sydney High in 1, Newington in 2, Saint Ignatius in 3, Grammar in 4. Expect probably forward showings by both Newington and Saint Ignatius in this race. I think both crews were probably slightly disappointed not to make the A final in what was it was only 3 or 4 seconds separating the top 5 or 6 crews in that first four across both heats. Newington are probably holding around about 3/4 of a length as they approach the turn. Neither coxswain has made their run yet. For the turn, both still holding a straight course. Some people have asked what they do when they turn. The old days, it used to be when the older rudders was more power on bow side, a little bit less on stroke side to make the corner. I think the rudders these days are a lot more finely tuned. Tends to be a little bit more weight coming from the bow side, but coxswains are very skilled in it. Coaches would have brought them around here during the week to practice it. But it is Newington in front. Look like they're rowing a little bit better than their heat this morning. They're holding around about 3 lengths back to the crew from Saint Ignatius. Neither crew is rating particularly high. Newington are probably at 33, but stroke isn't really needing to put too much more on it as they're holding a comfortable advantage back to Newington, back to Saint Ignatius. But it is Newington in front. They're now stretching out. They can hear the cheers from the Newington boat nearby. Some excited parents and friends. But Newington will win the B final of the school's first four. They cross the line now, ahead of the crew from Saint Ignatius and back to the crew from Sydney Grammar. That crew from Newington, Archie Gillies, Angus Whiteman, Angus Moses, AJ Whitnall, Oliver Lowes, the Cox, coached by Jobo Kerr. Saint Ignatius, Adam Fine, Rory Curtin, Orlando McDermott, Thomas Goodman, Luca Vecchio's a Cox, they're coached by Pete Warren. Grammar, Jack Sprouts, Finn Brownlow Zerson, Daniel Maynard, Stuart Goldsack, Bryn Potter's the Cox, coached by Peter Stroud. And Sydney Boys High, Gilbert Wynn, James Liu, Joseph Dar, and Nicholas Jiang is the Cox. We've got the A final of the first four coming down as we start to reach the crescendo of the regatta, or the regatta reaches its crescendo, I should say. Scott's over there in lane 4, Kings in 3, St Joseph's in 2, Shaw in 1. Scots again have built up a good lead. Kings probably not rowing as boldly as they did in the heat this morning. Would be Scots in front. Shaw rowing a lot more forward than they were in the heat. And they are pressing along the inside lane. The A final is for the Sydney University Cup, and the current holders are the Shaw School. St Joseph's have just been called off the Newington crew there. They were getting a little bit close to them on the corner. Scots have turned in front, and the pressure will be coming from the Shaw School in lane 1, back to St Joseph's, and then back to the crew from the King's School. Scott's in front. Shaw Stroke is picking up the rate to try and tack onto this Scott's crew. But they are holding a good advantage of around about a quarter of a length. Shaw Stroke has now gone again and lifted his rate up to 36 as they come inside the last 150. It's a really big press against the crew from Scott's. They're full of running. Shaw Scott's are fighting back now. Their stroke has gone for another point or two. They've met the challenge. This is an excellent first 4 row. Scott's has held off that challenge from Shaw. Scott's will cross the line just in front of Shaw. St Joseph's in 3rd. King's crew in 4th. So some excited lads there in the Scott's crew. Alexander Tressida, Max Baldessari, Tyree Manson, Wyatt Lees. Archer Lowe is the Cox, coached by Edward Manton. In 2nd place there was Shaw, Matthew Durbidge, Noah Holt, Jackson Bowers, Max Gill, Jeremy Warburton. The Cox, they're coached by Mike Doyle. Joey's in 3rd, Thomas Bensley, Hugh Taylor, Jack Barrett, Sean Hughes, Oscar Crawford, coached by George Davis. Kings couldn't quite match their performance from earlier this morning, where they rode very well in that in the semi. They've come 4th. That's Aston Purdon, Nicholas Witheridge, Ishan Shalika, Wilbur Blaxland is the Cox, William Blaxland's a stroke, Hugo First a Cox, coached by Robert Black. So Scott's, the winners of the Sydney University Cup, the A final for the school's first 4.
Yeah, may as well. A couple more in there. Just now doing the comments. Ko Wong, 4th 4, well done. Very well cocked, Shaw boys. Thanks very much, Ko. Thanks for joining us today. Adrian Taylor, go Joeys. Hugh Taylor's great-grandfather rode the Riverview Gold Cup 96 years ago for the Joeys First Aid. We're loving all this history. Please keep sending it through. Thanks very much for getting involved. Go Joeys, just tuned in to watch Jackson Basher. Amazing effort. That's from Redento 19. And Hugh Loop, great coverage. Thank you. Thanks very much, Hugh. Very kind words there. I've certainly enjoyed the day so far. We've got the pinnacle of racing is now coming, the schoolboy 8s and then the men's and women's open 8. So please stay tuned. Keep the conversation going for the next half an hour or so, and we'll keep you entertained. You want to give people a thank at the end?
I could do it after, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Josh. Just while I caught my breath there. So we've got the, after such an exciting school's first 4, we've got the B final of the school's second 8. Grammar in 1, St Joseph's in 2, Newington in 3, Sydney High in 4. Again, the battle seems to be in the middle of the river there between the crews from Newington and St Joseph's. Spectator craft getting nice and close there on the point of the corner, and I'm sure they're making their presence felt. It's the biggest spectator fleet I think I've seen at the Riverview Gold Cup for many years, but I guess that's understandable given the fact that people can't congregate on the shore here where we are, here at Cova Cottage. But as they get closer to the corner, St Joseph's have made their move from around the 600 metre mark, and they are now pressing the crew from Newington as they come inside now with 350 to go. Grammar hasn't let these other two crews get out of their side either. There is driving along there in lane 1. Newington just found an extra point or so there as they came around the corner, and have probably kicked around about half a canvas in front of St Joseph's. Grammar pressing St Joseph's along the inside lane. Some great racing here in the B final of the school's second 8. Newington in front. Grammar are charging along the inside. They've probably passed St Joseph's and are now trying to take on Newington in front. But it is Newington in front. Found another half a canvas there. They've taken another seat. Newington will win the B final of the school second 8. I think Grammar has just beaten St Joseph's there for second. So Newington first, Grammar second. A great row from Grammar there, and St Joseph's in third. Back to Sydney High in fourth. So that crew from Newington: Angus Dunstan, Tom Hurst, Jeremy Webb, Max Elliott, Thomas McLean, Jack Callanan, Callum Latham, Henry Taylor, Dominic Navadi. They're coached by Curtis Thomas and Ralph Hobbs, two very experienced coaches there. That Grammar crew, what a great row that was, coming from third and nearly winning that race. Robert Russell, Mackley Stalker, Henry Wilson, Andrew Brennan, Alex Wenzel, William Pollier, Jared Bresniak, Julian Herver, Nicholas Johnson's a Cox. They're coached by John Russell and Alan Phillips. So first, second and third there. Newington, Grammar, St Joseph, Sydney Boys High in third. Sydney Boys High in fourth. A final of the school second 8 coming down the river there, and this is going to be a close race. All 4 crews here were very tight there in their heats this morning. Saint Ignatius in 1, Scots in 2, Shaw in 3, Kings in 4. Remembering the school's first 8 final was rowed earlier today, was won by Shaw because most of those crews then went back into the men's Open 8. So this is the last of the major schoolboys races. Shaw over there in lane 3, Scots in 2, Saint Ignatius in 1. It's very close. And Newington won the B final.
Newington.
1 second.
1 second.
1.13. And then 0.38 back to Joey's.
So that was tight, that B final of the second 8. Second and a half between first and third. So some very tight racing there. Newington by just a bit over a second, then 0.38 between Grammar and St Joseph's. This Shaw second 8 seems to be dictating terms as they get through the halfway point of this race. King's driving along there in lane 4. Got good rhythm to it. So Scots, and Riverview sticking with them in lane 1, now are making their move. Riverview will probably pull their way into second. And they're going to get a little bit of a kicker as they make the corner. Shaw are trying to take that out of the equation by building up a big gap to the corner. But it's been a very strong middle third of the race from the crew from Saint Ignatius. And I suspect they will be the main danger to Shaw as they come inside the last 300 metres. Shaw have turned in first. Riverview are driving along in lane 1. They've probably gone past Scots. And Kings back in fourth. Shaw in front with good momentum. They found another couple of points on straightening. Saint Ignatius College driving along there in lane 1 are starting to close the gap inside the last 200 metres. It's Shaw in front. Their main danger is Saint Ignatius in lane 1. Shaw holding around about a third of a length. Shaw Stroke has seen the danger and gone another 2 points, and they've found another 2 seats inside that last 100 metres. Some close rowing there between Saint Ignatius and Scots, but it will be the Shaw School winning the A final of the school second 8. Back to Saint Ignatius, then Scots, and then Kings. So that's for the Sydney Roper Memorial Trophy. Current holder is Saint Ignatius College, and they did a It was a bold race there to try and defend their trophy there. But it was a sure school, very successful crew this year. William Wolfe, Lachlan Thorpe, Mac Deutsch, Hunter Shepherd, George Chapman, Harry Scrambler, Lockley Clayton, Henry Collins, James Smith, the Cox, coached by Peter Costa. Second placed, Saint Ignatius, Jack Stoneheath, Patrick Eager, Oscar Berigi, Rex Collins, Andrew Kelly, Tim Sequel, James Whiting, Marcus Bambagiotti, Max Watkins is the Cox, and they're coached by Matt Curtin. Then back to crew from Scots, Flynn Rowlands, Harry Murphy, William Jenkins, Jack Bryan, Oliver Black, Luke Matani, Samuel McKidd, Samuel Hughes, Jack Owens. The Cox are coached by Dustin Butler. Kings, Noah Bradford in fourth, Noah Bradford, James Farrington, Hunter Gillies, Jack Abbott, Nicholas Horn, Alexander Krause, Louis Gilder, Nicholas Whalen, Campbell Wilson's a Cox are coached by Jack Cook. What do you guys want to call the ladies open?
You want to call the comments then?
Yeah, I can do the comments.
Yeah.
God, it is long.
They don't come up here to get the Gold Cup like they usually
No,
do.
they are. I asked you and they said they're doing it.
No, they are doing
Yeah,
it.
they are doing it.
Okay, all right. Okay, good.
While we wait for the start of race 66, the final of the Women's Open 8, we'll just go through a few more of your comments. Once again, it's great to see. Alexandra Bamagotti, well done to all the boys. Louis Carr, go Henry. A lot of love for Henry Collins from Louis Carr, Jazzy Collins, Ashton Lyon. All getting around Henry Collins there, very popular rower. And from Whiskey and Wisdom, love. Congrats and well done to the two Shore 8 crews. Thanks for the great coverage and commentary. Nice work all round. Thank you. Once again, it's been great to hear your feedback, your questions, your queries, your trivia, your family history when it comes to rowing. 2 races left today, the pinnacle of the event, the Women's Open 8 and the Men's Open 8. So please keep sending it through for these final 2 races. Oh, there you go. I've just been informed Henry Collins was in that Shaw second 8 that just won. So big congratulations to him and everyone there at Shaw for that second 8 win. A great race. I will now hand over to Joshua DeAngelis for the call of the Women's Open 8 final.
So now the penultimate race of the day, the Women's Open 8, race 66 for the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Current holder is the Sydney University Boat Club. And in lane 1, we have Sydney University number 2, which is Emma Gelatley, Olivia Couliant, Grace Livingston, Ella Casson, Emily Shepherd, Kelly Drenth, Alex Smith, Grace Turner, and Cox by Tash Richardson. Sydney Rowing Club, which is Grace Cypher, Indian Thompson, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Neve Graham, Georgia Bradley, Isabel Ferrer, Lauren Graham, Evie Thompson, and Cox by Hannah Coap. And they're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check, and they'll be rowing out of lane 2. In lane 3, we have Sydney University number 1. We have Jamie Ford, India Hobbs, Georgie Gleeson, Danielle Stewart, Sophie Houston, Eleanor Price, Sky Freeble, Ella Menzines, and Talia Barnett. Heppels is the Cox. And Pinball Ladies, the only schoolgirl crew that have managed to break through is Polly Sargent, Sophie Dunn, Chloe Luxford, Isabella Koleski, Stephanie Wood, Madison Lister, Alice Walker, Michaela Arthur, Cox by Hallie D'Souza, and coached by Kendall Brody. So we're just getting the start. It's looking as though at this stage Sydney Rowing Club have a slight advantage coming down, but pretty difficult to tell from this angle. But it seems as though the 2 university crews, Sydney University 1 and Sydney Rowing Club, the club crew, are the 2 that are dictating terms in this race. So Sydney University won this from Sydney Rowing Club, who were the holders of this in 2019. And the last time Pinball Ladies won the Women's Gold Challenge Cup was in 2009. The Women's Gold Cup was actually introduced in 2008 to basically be the sister trophy of the Men's Gold Challenge Cup, and it's been a great event that we look forward to every year at the Gold Cup. I've just got a comment coming through from Richard Luxford. About 50 years ago, father of two of the competing women, Ella Manzines, stroke of the Sydney Uni, and Chloe Luxford in pinball number 3 seed, started at a fresh-faced year 7 at Sydney High School. The connections. Great that you're tuning in. Thanks for being a part of the race. Now at this stage, just coming up to the turn, it's looking as though it's the Sydney University number 1 crew and the Sydney Rowing Club, which are battling it out for first place. And the Pymble and the Sydney University number 2 crew are batting it out for third and fourth place, respectively. Very tight race as it comes, but I believe that Sydney Rowing Club will have the advantage coming around the corner. The Sydney University Cox, though, has almost done a near-perfect turn, giving her crew the best advantage to take a shot here at around 300 to 400 metres to go. But this Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University crews are absolutely going hammer and tong with each other, not giving away an inch either stroke. Both crews rating it within the high 30s, trying their best to get an edge over the opponent. But at this stage, it looks as though Sydney Rowing Club have it over the Sydney University crew. The Sydney University stroke trying their best to try and keep the rate up and bump the rate up for the last 100 to 150 metres. But Sydney Rowing Club now about a length in front. And it will be the Sydney Rowing Club who will take back the Women's Gold Challenge Cup from Sydney University, winning back the trophy that they lost last year from Sydney University number 1 crew. Absolute scenes of jubilation down on the finish line from the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Congratulations, ladies. Please come into the beach to collect your trophy and be presented with your gold oars. It's the Sydney University 2 crew now just crossing the line. And the only school girl crew that we have competing today, the Pymble crew, crossing over in a very, very valiant 4th place finish at the Women's Gold Cup. Congratulations, girls. Thanks very much for being a part of it. I'll now hand you back over to Peter, who will call the Men's Open 8.
Thanks, Josh. Great call, great race, that one. This is already away, the Men's Open 8. So they're come through the first 400 metres of this race. We've got Sydney Uni 2 in 1. Sorry. Just getting my... Getting my call sheet here. We've got Newington in 1, UTS in 2, Sydney in 3, Sydney Uni in 4, and the Sydney number 2 crew in 5. Expect this to be a very tight race between lanes 3 and 4. And again, the pressure's going to be on the coxswains here, very much so, to get these crews around the corner safely and without losing momentum. That's the way it's panning out at this stage. Looks like a race in 2 between the crew from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3 and Sydney Uni in 4. Expecting some quick times this afternoon. Expecting them to go under 4 minutes. Both crews just went just over 4 minutes this morning. Sydney Rowing Club out in front. Marshall wants their coxswain to the other side of the buoy. And it's what the coxswain's going to do here is take his counterpart in Sydney Uni a lot wider around the corner than I think he really wanted to be. Sydney Rowing Club have turned in front with 350 metres to go. They got very close there. I'll leave that to the marshals. Now they've stretched out. Great work there by the coxswain there to straighten up and find another quarter of a length. The crew's got the look back on this Sydney Uni crew. There's some very experienced rowers in both these boats. Some of these men will be at the Olympic trials in a week or so. But it is the crew from Sydney Rowing Club. And now a length and a quarter in front of Sydney Uni. They're looking to make it a double with their crew, with the ladies' crews. They're looking to go 1 and 2. Driving towards the finish line. They're a length in front of Sydney Uni. It is the crew from Sydney Rowing Club. And they will win the Riverview Gold Cup by 3/4 of a length to Sydney Uni. Back to UTS in third. Sydney number 2 crew in fourth. And the Newington First 8 in fifth. Some great excitement there at the finish line as both Sydney crews have won the Riverview Gold Cup. So female and male, they're delighted. That's Sydney number 1 crew. Shane Mulvaney, Henry Furrer, Andy Hoffman, Harry Crouch, Bradley Graham, Alex Nicol, Alexander Potter, Turin Olsen, Harry Keenan's the Cox. They're coached by Donovan Chech and Shane Mulvaney. Second place there, Sydney Uni number 1 crew. Wyatt Batt, Nick Rath, Marcus Britt, Elliot Simpson, Tom Anderson, Devlin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, Henry Ryan, Daniel Pettit's the Cox, coached by Thomas Lorich and Christopher Holliday, as well as Donald McLaughlin. Third place there for his UTS crew, Michael McRae, Henry Blackwell, Lachlan Roach, Marcus Delamato, Oscar Williams, Matt Curtin, Luca Roncolinato, Alexander Wood, Terry O'Hanlon's the Cox. Great work there from Terry, an Olympic Cox from way back, but I won't tell you what year. That was a long time ago. Sydney 2 crew, Gabriel Carmody, Gordon Applecron, Declan Glendinnings, Christopher McCarthy, Angus Aitken, Thomas Hart, Finn Hancock, Max Pearce, Teresa Harris was the Cox, coached by Donovan Chech and Shane Mulvaney. And Newington crew, well done there, making the final. Charlie Carr, Sam Bristow, Leo Burkett-Doyle, Alexander Page, Hamish Danks, Harvey Jones, Hugo Hobbs, Hugh Harvey, Ben Dewis, coached by Christopher Holliday and Carl Schmidt.
On the beach.
So stay tuned. We will be live streaming the awards ceremony very soon, but I will just go back and just read you the names of the Women's Open 8 winners. That was the Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. That was Grace Cypher, India Thompson, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Neve Graham, Georgia Bradley, Isabel Farrer, Lauren Graham, Evie Thompson, Cox by Hannah Coap, and coached by Lockie Carter and Donovan Chech. Congratulations, ladies. The Gold Cup is waiting for you at the beach, so please stay tuned, and we'll be with that presentation very soon. Thanks very much for everyone getting involved on the comments section. Got a comment from Gina Blackwell saying, "Go UTS." Unfortunately, it wasn't their day. The day solely belongs to Sydney Rowing Club in the Men and Women's Gold Cup. Fantastic row from both crews there.
Oh, because yeah, we've got time. They've still got to come in. They're still a while off.
Good call, mate. That was a good race. That man's on.
Crew out. Well, because he was in lane 3 though, so I guess he's gone. Well, no,
They make you go.
lane 3's got to go round.
Lane 3's got to go around, yeah.
Stuff factory people.
Yeah. Just had a comment from Richard Luxor as well. Well done, Tarun Olsen from Craig Seppert and Richard. Well done, KO. Thanks very much, Richard. We might just take this opportunity now. Luke will just go through some people that have made this day possible and made it such a great event.
Thanks, Josh. Josh, as you said, an event like today can't go ahead without the work of many, many people from right around, people both involved with the college and people outside of the college as well. So a big thank you to Rector Father Thomas Renshaw, Principal Dr. Paul Hine, Captain of Boats Mackenzie Thompson, Vice Captains Nicholas Bowyer, Charles Jewell, Patrick Johnson, President of the Old Ignatians Union Brent Cubis, Master of Rowing Dan Noonan, the Regatta Organising Committee who put in a whole heap of work to get an event like this underway. They lay the course, get the course down. All those boys that you can see floating out there that mark the course, that's all their work. So that's Dan Noonan, Chris O'Brien, Philip Elborn, Marie Marr, Peter Warren, Jim Bustede, Robert Marsh and Paul Brogan. And a big thank you as well to our Rowing New South Wales race officials. Can't hold a regatta without the race officials. That's President of Jury Timothy Wayman. Our jury comprised of Peter Fredrickson, Brian Guthrie, Mun Lum, Andrew Milliken, Louis Petrin, Steve Sherry, Gregory Smith, James Tate, Graham Walker. And our technical operations team, Terry Marr and Stephen Crute. So a big thank you to everyone involved today. Comment here from KM Somerville. A great day of sport, hard work and teamwork. Congratulations to all the crews. And that's definitely echoed by everyone that's been a part of the regatta today. You can see on your screen now the Sydney Rowing Club women's crew that won the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Just coming into the beach here at the Ferry Wharf to be presented with their gold oars and the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Yeah,
women's of the...
And just outside your shot now as well, you've got the men's Sydney Rowing Club crew that won the Men's Gold Challenge Cup. So a double for Sydney Rowing today. The victors of both the men's and women's Gold Challenge Cups. I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight, albeit COVID-safe ones. The winning Sydney Rowing Club crew being about to be presented their oars by Saint Ignatius College Principal Dr. Paul Hine. And you can see down there on the beach, plenty of embraces, plenty of hugs. A great achievement. You can see how much it means to them to win this race. A race that, as Josh mentioned, has been running since 2008 and acts as a sister race, the Men's Gold Challenge Cup. Great scenes down here on the beach. And here is the crew from Sydney Rowing Club being presented with their gold oars now by College Principal Dr. Paul Hine. The Sydney Rowing Club crew comprised of Grace Cypher, India Thompson, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Neve Graham, Georgia Bradley, Isabel Farrer, Lauren Graham, Evie Thompson. Cox is Hannah Cowip. Coaches Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. A big congratulations to them. As they now pose for the all-important photo.
Maybe just give a reminder about the head of the river that's coming up and supporting rowing.
When's that, March 13?
March 13, yeah.
men's Sydney rowing crew just working their way out of the way there to let the women's crew out before they head back into the beach to receive their gold oars and be presented with the Gold Challenge Cup. Making their way into the beach now is the winners of race 67, the men's Open 8, winners of the Gold Challenge Cup at Sydney Rowing Club. Doing the double there with the women's Open 8. Plenty of hugs and embraces all around. A great effort to break the streak of Sydney University Rowing Club that had won the last three editions of this race. And the crew are now being presented with their gold oars. From College Principal Dr. Paul Hine. The Sydney Rowing Club crew, Shane Mulvaney, Henry Furrer, Andy Hoffman, Harry Crouch, Bradley Graham, Alex Nichol, Alexander Potter, Torrin Olsen, Cox, Harry Keenan, and coaches Donovan Check, Shane Mulvaney. As they also pose for their photo opportunity. Big thank you to all of us for joining us today. It's been a great day of rowing. It's been great to have so many pleasure craft out there on the water. Obviously with the absence of spectators here on the foreshore. And it's been great to have all of you online cheering on your crews, whether it's your son, a friend, or any other family relation. It's been great to have you all commenting away and really engaging with us as well. So big thank you, and we will see you all next year. Jeez. Cheers, thank you. Yeah, it was good fun.
Great fun as always.
Yeah,
Good on
yeah.
you. Right, on you, Josh. Good on you, mate. All right, boys. I'll leave you with it.
Pretty hot. Yeah, I might head inside.
Thanks, boys and men.
No worries.
Pete, how are you?
Yeah, all right, mate. Yourself?
You don't, you bloody bouquets don't age.
Try not to, mate.
I was thinking of your son. Is David still look young, or is he age?
He's sort of holding his own. He's his weight sort of plateaued, so he doesn't look as old. So, although he's going to You're going well there, mate? Enjoying it still?
Yeah. Hopefully building a good team. Should talk to Joe.
Yeah.
Get him back there sometime.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But Dave Julia's going to be there now, and it's going to be some what's the word? Some permanency.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So it'll be good to build a stronger team. So
Yeah. See you, Andy. Good seeing you.
all right,
That'll be good. No, he talked to me yesterday. That'll be good. As I said, he's doing well there. All the best for the rest of the season, Charlie.
Yeah, well, good to see you. All right, mate. Thanks, Josh. See you, mate.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Charlie.
Cheers, thank you. Oh no, yeah, another year done.
They're going to tell them to cut the stream.
Yeah,
141 people still watching, apparently.
there you go. Oh, they've right off now, I think it's done. I'll take that laptop inside.